All right, welcome. This is Orion Rising. I am your host, Leonard O'Neill. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good morrow, depending on where in the world you are tuning into this show. All right, it's time for the Law of One, right? Show this out, show this out, show this out. Friday night, Law of One. Let's put that back up on the screen so people can see that. Welcome. Show this out, show this out, show this out. Welcome. All right, Friday night. Denise, hi. I see you there in the audience. If you're out there in the audience and you're listening and you don't say hello in the chat, I don't know you're here. I just know that there's numbers, and numbers just tell me how many people click on and are currently looking at the show. We're talking. All right, so it's Friday night. I am on the air. We are on the air, and we're starting the new session. I think it's 19 now of the Law of One. We finished the other one last week, right? Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. I was running a little bit late, running around doing stuff, and looked at the clock and went, whoa, 2 after. No way. I better get on here. So show this out. I'm going to try and show this out as well. Hold on here. The microphone is going to come on. I'm going to turn that off. I apologize for that coming on there in the background. I'm trying to share this, and of course, because of that, it decided to turn on the microphone because I'm trying to share it, and it's put me to a page where I can't just share it. So I have to actually do it in a different way here to share this out. But share this out, please. Welcome. Like I said, say hello in the chat. I don't know why I'm getting I'm getting notifications in a different spot, which is strange that it moved. A lot of things updated in a weird way and moved, changed things around with these updates that just happened for some reason in the past week or so. Or in the last few days. I'm not exactly sure what happened and when, but the formats changed on some of these sites. Kind of crazy. Okay, so Penny, welcome. And if you happen to be somewhere and you say something and I don't mention your name, it's because on Facebook, I have it shared in 2 places on Facebook, not to mention a couple of chats. But what happens is that sometimes if you're in the chat, like on my personal page, which I'm about to turn on again, and the sign comes flying on, the sound comes flying on. I have that opened up on one page so that I can actually see that. But those of you who are on YouTube and those of you who are on Facebook on either Returning to the Old Ways or on Orion Rising, those come in here to the chat for some reason. If I share it out somewhere else, StreamYard still hasn't figured that out. It's kind of annoying to me because they claim they have it all taken care of, but it's not actually taken care of. Okay. So we're on to session 19. I believe I have that queued up for us here. Let me take away this banner for a second and make sure that it is, in fact, up in the background. Yes, it is. There I am. For those of you watching the MP4 version, you can see me sitting there with my glasses on. Okay. So we're on session 19, and we'll continue there because now we're on to a new, it's kind of, they kind of have the same discussion leading in, but sometimes they don't. And I haven't had time to preview this. I've been busy doing other things. Okay. I'm writing my book for one, taking care of my mother. Okay. So let's just jump right into that instead of getting too crazy with Mott. But like I said, share this out. Let's get this. Now my computer is acting stupid. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. I moved the banner that said that I had a live stream or that I was sharing my screen, and for whatever reason, when I do that, it blocks the cursor from my mouse from actually being able to click on what I needed to click on just then. Stupid. I'm trying to move that around the board so I can see it, but the problem is it gets in my way wherever it is, but I have to leave it up someplace so that I see it. Maybe I'll put it to the top of the screen. Let's try that because it's not in the way of anything up there. I'll do that, put it at the top of the screen. Okay, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. It's always bugged me in the way, and I didn't try to move it today. I tried to move it and find a spot where it didn't really matter. And guess what? It was in the way anyways. Okay. Let's go ahead and start to get right in. This is February 8th, 1981. He'll say that, of course. But let's just get right into it. Like I said, share this out to everybody. I put it in a couple of the chats, and I shared it in a couple of places. If you guys could share it out. I see that, Denise, you said you had shared it out. Thank you for that. I think Penny did too. If not, please do that. Like I said, let's get it out and get people in here, right? Right, there you go. I found a page I could share it from. Yeah, it's weird on some of the pages that it won't let you share it. And I think it's because we're private on some of those. Like I don't currently have it, and I'm going to put it there as well as we go here. I don't currently have it in the whatchamacallit, the group of I have it in Returning to the Old Ways, but I didn't put it into the Orion Coalition Light. That one won't share you. It won't let it share out when you're in there because it's a private group. So it's weird. If they're public, then you can share it. But if they're private, you can't because you have to be in the group to see it if it's a link that takes you back to that group. So I try to share it from a place that'll take you back to either Orion Rising or Returning to the Old Ways because I'm live on those two channels. That way it'll pull you over to a place where you can share it out from and talk in the chat. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with Raw and get right into it. Right, here we go.
February 8th, 9th.
Let me know if it sounds good too, by the way. The sound should be fine, but you never know.
1981. 19.0 Ra. I am Ra. I greet you in the love and the light of the infinite creator. We communicate now. 19.1 Questioner. I have been thinking over the scope of this book and will read this that I have thought. We are concerned in this communication with the evolution of mind, body, and spirit. I would like to fully investigate through questioning the mechanism of evolution in order to allow those interested individuals to participate in their own evolution. It seems to me that a good place to start would be the transition from the second to third density, then to investigate in detail the evolution of third density entities of Earth, paying particular attention to the mechanisms which help or hinder that evolution. This is my intent for direction of this working session. I hope that this is a correct direction. What I would like to know first is, do all entities make a transition from second to third density, or are there some other entities who have never gone through this transition? Ra. I am Ra. Your question presumes the space/time continuum understandings of the intelligent energy which animates your illusion. Within the context of this illusion, we may say that there are some which do not transfer from one particular density to another, for the continuum is finite. In the understanding which we have of the universe or creation as one infinite being, its heart beating is alive in its own intelligent energy.
See, now this is actually important. There's a lot of things right here in the very beginning in this 1 minute and 20 seconds in. First of all, you have to note that this is very important that Ra continues to over and over again always refer to this third dimensional place not as the dimension itself, but as the density, which is the place the souls reside in, and always refers to the physical place, the dimension, as the illusion. Never saying dimension, never saying reality, always saying illusion. And density is the only thing that is discussed or talked about, and that is the difference between dimension and density. The difference is dimension is this physical place that we think is reality when it's not. It is the illusion. And density is the only real place, and that is the place of the soul. And even that is completely in the mind of the creator. Okay? Even that, literally saying right here, they are saying right here that the universe itself is alive and has a heartbeat and a personality. That's actually very important, because to know that knowledge, to actually glean that knowledge, to get that knowledge and understand it, is the knowledge of the infinite. Okay, let's continue.
It merely is one beat of the heart of this intelligence from creation to creation. In this context, each and every entity of consciousness has slashes slash will experienced slash experiencing slash experience each and every density. 19.2 questioner. Let's take the point.
That's odd that that this is the first time that the computer has actually said the slashes. Normally when they're there, they just say, like learn, teach, teach, learn, and the slash is there for some reason. I didn't look at the editing of that. I just changed the raw part. Maybe there was a space, and so it's saying the word slash. I apologize for that. I didn't notice that in the text.
Point at which an individualized entity of second density is ready for transition to third. Is this second density being what we would call animal? Ra. I am Ra. There are three types of second density entities which become, shall we say, inspirited. The first is the animal. This is the most predominant. The second is the vegetable, most especially that which you call sound vibration complex tree. These entities are capable of giving and receiving enough love to become individualized.
That's actually kind of important as well. Note the amount of trees that we have on the planet and how many people throughout history were aware that trees had some sort of spirit and a contact to humans in some way, more than other plants, right? And the bad thing is we're cutting them down all over the world, especially in the modern world, in the West. We're cutting down all the trees, hacking them into bits and making houses out of them instead of in any way venerating the trees. Now, Rob points this out. You only hear about this at one place in all 106 sessions, that Ra, that entire species, evolved from a planet of trees. There were no humanoids, bipedal life forms on the planet that they moved into. They all were two-dimensional trees. They all ascended from there to somewhere. I don't know if it was on that planet as a group. It seems that that's what it was. So they literally became from trees to whatever they were as a bipedal, third dimensional, maybe whatever. I'm saying bipedal only because there's 47 or 48% of the population of third dimension is maybe a little bit less. They're telling me now that I'm being a little gracious. 38% was the first thing that I got. And then when I said anything else, I was getting from up above a correction. 38% of all of the known life in third dimension is a bipedal something. Not always humanoid, but a bipedal what's the word I want to use? Hive mind complex or spirit body complex totality, like our human form. So the form that they use, whether they're gray or draconian or other, but bipedal. So 38% of the population of the known universe is bipedal. So they became something and then ascended from that to the form that they're currently residing in at, I think he said, the end of the fifth density going into the sixth, and they're waiting because they're here to help. Okay. So it's actually very important. So these are the things that most people could just kind of blow by and just go, move on. What's the alien stuff? Because everybody wants to know about UFOs and the deep state. And when it comes to spirituality, people miss. This is why I do this. This is why I did this once before, and I'm doing it again. People miss some of these things because they go, oh yeah, right, and then you move on. And I want to make sure that people understand just how important some of these things that Ra just says in passing. It is very important. Dawn obviously caught the weight of this. That's why they wrote 6 books that were 106 sessions. Right. That's why I'm doing this class for the second time now. And we're already a year in, and the other one lasted 2 years and 10 months. And we're only on session 19. I'm taking longer this time to do it. I don't know how long this is going to take me. The rest of my life? Geez, I don't know. Let's continue.
The third category is mineral. Occasionally a certain location, place as you may call it, becomes energized to individuality through the love it receives and gives in relationship to a third density entity which is in relationship to it. This is the least common transition. 19.3 questioner. When this transition from second to third density takes place, how does the entity, whether it be animal, tree, or mineral, become inspirited? Ra. I am Ra. Entities do not become inspirited. They become aware of the intelligent energy within each portion, cell, or atom, as you may call it, of its beingness. This awareness is that which is awareness of that already given. From the infinite come all densities. The self-awareness comes from within, given the catalyst of certain experiences, understanding, as we may call this particular energy, the upward spiraling of the cell or atom or consciousness. You may then see that there is an inevitable pull towards the, what you may call, eventual realization of self.
Now, there's also a point right there that was very important. The awareness of the atom or cell or consciousness. Okay? That's actually very important to think about. Now, literally, because the hypothesis is that we are all residing inside the mind of the creator, which means we're thought processes. It means we're just a process, an imagination, a daydream of the creator. Do you see? So literally down to the smallest subatomic particle, life exists. Life is. This is what I'm writing about in my book. Everything is alive. Everything that we say is inanimate is alive. So literally, this is why I said this last time, literally when science here in the United States, NASA, or the world scientists with all of their technology and radio telescopes and imagery looking out at the universe, they can't see the forest because the trees are in the way. They're looking for life, and they're looking past life. And what they're actually looking for, and this is why I say this, and I say it in my book, what they're actually looking for is a planet that's inhabitable by humans or other humans. They're not looking for life itself, because what they say is life is, well, if there's water, then there's life, because that's what it takes here on this earth. It took water and the sunlight. So it's what we call the Goldilocks zone. Well, this Goldilocks zone is the place that humans evolved on. So therefore, that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for life itself, because they're looking at and through the universe, which is alive, which is life, looking past the space in between solar bodies, stars, and looking past that as life, not even seeing that's not life itself. That's just this void that we don't even understand that is space. So we're looking to planets, trying to find planets. So first we're finding solar systems that are the Goldilocks zone. We're only looking for the solar systems that can actually sustain life as we know it. And then we're looking for a planet that can sustain life that we know it. In Star Trek, they call that a D-class planet, class D planet, meaning that it is a Goldilocks zone that humans can inhabit. So they're not looking for life. They're looking for other humans. Okay, they're not looking for any alien out there. They're not looking for the possibility of other kind of life forms. Okay, so if there were other kind of life forms, does that mean that, well, okay, there's water, that must mean that there's life there? All of these truths that I'm clinging to are directly related to what we have on Earth. They're not thinking outside the possibilities. What if there is a being out there who can actually swim through space like it's water and breathe it? We're not even looking for that. That's not even a fathomable idea in their minds. Because then where do you look? Everywhere? Well, we have to hone our skills, and we have to look for a certain. So they're claiming there is no life in the universe. What they mean is we haven't looked out there and found a human looking back. That's what that means. We haven't looked out there and found a place that we would go to right now that we could just land on and breathe air. That's what they're saying to you. That's all they're saying to you. Do you understand that? Right. So, Rick, welcome. Erica, I didn't see Erica say hello, but somebody said, Denise said hi to Erica. So that means we have a few other people in the audience. But my point of that is that this is what Ra is suggesting, that everything is alive. And that's what we need to realize. So when our scientists say, well, there is no life anywhere besides Earth, there's life on the moon. It's alive. The sun is alive. All the planets are alive. Space itself is alive. So all of the planets everywhere that we've ever seen is, in fact, life. The universe itself, the galaxy itself, the solar system itself is life. See, that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for proof that the universe exists because they can see it right in front of their faces. They're looking for a place they can go and colonize or conquer. That's what they're looking for. That is what they're looking. It's what science is looking for. They're looking for another Goldilocks zone like Earth, and they will not admit that there is life anywhere else besides on top of this world. They won't even admit there's life inside of it. They won't even admit that there's life in the ocean besides fish. They won't acknowledge that whales have a brain that's more than 3 times the size of a human, yet they claim that the bigger brain makes you more intelligent and a sentient being. They also won't acknowledge that dolphins have a brain at least as big as humans, but I believe it's bigger. So we're not even trying to communicate with these people. And they're just fish that, according to them, nothing different than a dog or a horse. Because they're beneath us. Why? Because they're beneath our feet. They're in the ocean. So they're beneath us. They don't see those. If you wanted to get in contact with intelligent life forms in the universe, you don't have to go anywhere besides this Earth and look into the ocean and find all the whales and the dolphins, just the minimum, and say hi and try to communicate with them and learn their language. But we're not. Yet we're pretending and spending billions and trillions of dollars using these telescopes and radio telescopes to look out there in the universe everywhere. For what? If we find someone, we think they're going to speak English? No. So we're going to have to figure their language out too. What are we looking for? They're looking for a bipedal humanoid entity of some kind that they can go and conquer. Otherwise, there's no use even looking. If you're not going to go there and you're not going to try and take them over, you don't want to know about it. So what they're looking for is someone who is not as developed as we are so that we can take advantage of them. There's no other reason why you wouldn't be, if the fact is you're just looking for other intelligent life, that you would not be gone in the oceans trying to figure out how to talk to dolphins and whales and actually communicate with them and learn their language or learn a common ground language between them and us to be able to communicate, whether through telepathy or otherwise. But we're not doing that we know of. But they're trying to train these same animals to go and kill themselves, blowing things up, committing suicide, doing the same thing with them that they do with other humans. Here, strap this bomb on you and run over there and blow yourself up in front of all those people. That's what they're doing with dolphins. Do you see my point here? I know that some people are like, oh my God, he's gone into politics. You mean the religion of evil people? Yeah, that's what Raw's trying to warn you about. The modus operandi of the Orion Crusaders when they got here was carrying that little suitcase that your precious Anunnaki, which is a wrongful translation. I don't even want to go there. Let's just use that as a generic term for the Orion Crusaders. When they got here carrying that little suitcase, what was that suitcase? And the little scrolls that's tucked into his waist that they never translate? Okay. That is the knowledge of how to create a civilization of slaves, control them in every way, eradicate their religions of all knowledge of ascension to keep them in this place and stuck. And that is exactly what they did. So I'm not crying out with some crazy political agenda when I say this. Raw in 106 sessions is telling us you're stuck. How you got stuck was the Orion Crusaders. What they did was took control of this illusion, this matrix. How did they do that? He's trying to tell us that. I say he again is a vernacular that's not correct. How did they do that? They did that by changing history. They took away all the knowledge of ascension so you could not ascend. And then they had the scrolls and the map to how to create the caste system for the third dimensional humanoids they were putting in charge. Why? They could not come here as an invading force, because if they did, the entire planet, no matter their polarization, would realign because of the laws of the universe, would realign to become a force against the people who came here as invaders. That is the equilibrium that all planets, because of free will, have to reach. So they had to breach free will. How did they do that? They come down to those people who are evil, who are in charge and believe they're in charge, and they say to them, I will give you the tools to take complete control of these people and enslave them. However, if you do that and we give you that, you owe us, say, all your gold that you have in that place called Fort Knox, which is no longer there and no one knows where it went. Everyone has the conspiracy theory that it was underneath the tower at 9/11, and that they used that blowing up the towers to steal the gold themselves. Why would they do that when they're the ones, the evil people, already own it? No one knew it was there. They had already moved it from Fort Knox, where everyone on the planet thought it was. right? So now we're to believe that secretly behind the scenes, they told all the governments that they moved it and hid it underneath there so that they could then steal it again and blow the building up and start a war at the same time to hide the fact that they were stealing the gold for what, themselves? Just to move it to another place? They could have just done that and no one would have known it. Do you see? So that whole theory only works if you're a child and have a childlike mind to believe that kind of conspiracy theory. Did they probably knock down the Twin Towers to create the mayhem and pandemonium and war around the world that they did? Yeah, you're probably right. But the agenda wasn't, we're going to steal the gold that we already stole. We stole it from Fort Knox so that nobody would know where it was because everybody knew it was in Fort Knox. So we moved it over here to this other place, and now we're going to steal it from there. But to do it, we're going to knock down everything and blow it all up. So, right? So who moved the gold? Who moved the gold? The powers that should not be. They moved it from Fort Knox. Okay, this was in America. So it was the American military, the deep state. They moved it by orders of their overlords, the money behind the scheme. Apparently, I don't think they ever moved it to the Twin Towers. Underneath the Twin Towers, I think it was taken from Fort Knox and it was paid to the aliens. So the aliens wouldn't blow the fucking planet up, wouldn't kill them, take them out of charge and put someone else in charge. That's the modus operandi of the Orion Crusaders, or anyone who is in service to self as a space opera, quote unquote, as an invading army. They have to go around the free will and usurp the equilibrium that is the balance that is set down in the third dimension by the laws of one. So the laws of the creator. So to get around that, they have to usurp free will, which was added into, obviously, the laws to allow them to do that. So when everyone says, well, they stole the matrix and they enslaved everybody, they didn't do anything that they weren't allowed to do by the laws. They just did it the way the laws would allow them. So they've been paying attention to the laws and figured that out. Well, all of those things were already figured out and factored in. That means that scenario in and of itself is an acceptable scenario in third dimensional life, in third density. That means that it's supposed to happen. And it's allowed to. Why? That rises the possibility for people of a higher vibration to then come down and sacrifice themselves in times and possibly be stuck with the people to help them raise their vibrations. No different than any other scenario that's already occurring on a planet. Everyone thinks, oh no, it's this big operation that we're fighting evil that's still part of the plan. It's just on a larger scale that allows more people to be involved, to have extra credit and to come down and do this stuff. Part of the sacrifice, which is one of the things you learn in the fifth and sixth density, part of one density entirely is about self-sacrifice. That's where most wanderers come from. You guys don't know this. I actually haven't written that in my book, but I may add that now that I'm saying it. See that it's going to go in one of the other books, probably one of the other ones when I really wring out what's going on here. Okay, so that allows these people an opportunity, all of us in the higher dimension, but of love and wisdom in that area, to then have self-sacrifice. And how is that? The ultimate self-sacrifice is literally coming down to a third dimensional world like this, being veiled just like as if you were here for the very first time, and hoping that you'll figure out a way to design your life properly, to wake yourself up so that you understand what it is that you came here to do. That's what I'm writing about in my book. Okay, so that's why I said I'll probably add that part to my book, because that's what I'm writing about in my book. And I've been yelling at these guys that I need that more content of what to do, and literally I'm getting it as we talk now. So this will all be explained more in my book to clarify what I'm talking about here, which is already at 170 plus pages, which will probably end up being around 250 by the time I'm done. I don't want to go too crazy with it, because if you get above 400, most people won't want to read it and hold on to it and use it. They'll get scared because there's a lot of words to read. That's no offense on people. I mean, we know that the average person on the planet is not above the age of 18 mentally, and their reading capacity, like here in America, is 7th grade. In some places less. So I'm already writing it, which is a little bit higher than 7th grade reading comprehension, some of the words, but most of the content is in fact, for the common person to be able to read. However, because of the nuclear physicist in me, You see a lot of other terms that are in there, but I'm breaking down most of the words and their description and their definition. So because there's so much that they've changed, and they pretend and use these words now that they tell you mean something that it doesn't, like equity instead of equality. Equality is, and then they show you this little picture that they put together of a father, or at least an adult and two children, and the children is, one's taller than the other one, the one's real short, and they say that equality means everybody gets an equal thing, and you show all three of them standing on a wooden crate, all of the same size, but only the adult can see over the fence, and the two kids are too short to see over the fence, and that's equality. And then when they say equity means that the adult who can see over the fence without a crate doesn't get to stand on one, and you take the other crate and give it to the smallest child, who now that allows him to stand and look over the fence, and one crate allows the taller child to look over the fence, and that's equity. So equality isn't actually equal, because it just means everybody gets the same thing equally, and it doesn't mean that it actually changes your perspective or allows you all to see the same thing or receive the same thing. But equity does, because that makes sure that everybody can see over the fence. And that's how they justify, that's the Hegelian dialectic again. That's how they justify that in your mind's eye of saying that equity is really true equality, right? So yes, and equity actually means slavery. It means property. It means property value. You don't have equality of a house. You have equity in a house. You don't have, equity meaning equal amount of money in your stock portfolio. It means you have a value in your stock portfolio. Your equity in your stock portfolio is how valuable it is, not how it's equal to everyone else's, not how it's right and correct. It's not. It's how much money you have that is worth. So equity as a human being means how much you're worth to them, not meaning that you have exactly what you need to survive. That's not equity at all. Equity is amount of money. If everybody had equal equity, now that's the true equality. True equality is equal equity, equal everything. Okay, so equal equity only applies if it's equal to everybody having exactly the same amount of money. Do you see? Well, everybody having the same amount of money doesn't fix anything. No, it doesn't, because it takes everything away from the rich and gives most of it to the poor to make us all have the same amount of money. Well, that can buy that kid a crate to stand on. And his father should be able to give him a crate to stand on, because he has exactly the same amount of money as this kid does. Do you understand that? Do you see that? Do you understand that? So what they're saying is that that equality, if you give the same amount of money to the kid, he's not smart enough to realize he needs another crate. Okay? And he's not smart enough to get another crate to stand on. Well, that's because he doesn't have equity in his education. He doesn't have equality in his education. And his father, who should be educated as well, should know, I don't need this crate to stand on. And if he's not in service to himself, but service to others, Peter, welcome, by the way. If he's in service to others, he wouldn't stand on the crate, and he would put the crate down for his son to stand on. And if he was truly awake and worried about equity and equality, and he didn't even know that kid, he knows that he doesn't need the crate to stand on, so he would give it to the kid to stand on so that he could see, or put the kid on his shoulders. That's the thing to do if you're in service to others. So the only way that equation works, if you Google that, is that everyone in that picture is not in service to others, but in service to self. And that's the only way equality doesn't fit and work. If everybody is greedy and everyone is evil and following the religion of evil and being self-serving, they would never think to give and offer that crate to that kid so that he could see over the fence, or put him on your shoulders so that he could use you as a stool to look over the fence. You'd leave his ass standing there not being able to see and laugh at him because he's not smart enough to go and get another crate. That is how that works. That's why equality doesn't work. If everybody is greedy and even though they have everything that everyone else has, they don't say, well, you know what, this is my crate. That's what is self-serving. Screw you, kid. You can't see over. Too bad. Grow taller. You'll be able to see the baseball game when you grow tall enough to see it. That's equal. And so equality doesn't work if you're evil, if you're in service to self. Equality can't work. Okay? So when they show you that picture, the only people who think that's correct are people who are self-serving minded when they see that. Otherwise, they would go, why doesn't that dumbass guy who doesn't need to stand on a crate give the crate to the kid so he can see over? Why doesn't he put him on his shoulders so he can see over? So my father did. Come here, up on my shoulders. Do you see my point? So, but they don't show you that. They don't tell you that. So you look at that on the face. Well, you're right. Equal means everybody has the same thing, and that doesn't work because the one kid can't see over the fence, but the other one can. So you're right. Equity is giving the other kid the stool, so the adult doesn't need to look over because he doesn't need to see the game. Okay, so that is saying you need the state. You need someone in control of every situation to make things work for everybody else because you're not smart enough to realize to do the right thing. Do you understand what that picture is showing you? That's why I should have downloaded it to put it up on the screen here, but I didn't think about it to do that. I didn't even realize I was going to talk about it, and I should have realized that because everything that I do prior to the show is usually in the show, and it's from up above telling me to look at things. So I should have, because I was talking to myself or to my guides and asking what I need to put in some images. And I'm not sure what, and I already put in an image and said see figure A, and I was like, crap, I'm going to have other things that I need to put in there. And then I was like, I wonder what I need to download, and I went to my images on my computer and went, oh, that's right, I have all this stuff already downloaded. I'll be able to insert any picture I want to describe what it is that I'm talking about in my book. So I already did that for visuals for other things that I have done in the past, in the last couple of years, last year. Okay, so the point here is, they're giving you these facts to try and justify what equity is, and they're trying to say to you that equity is equality. If we're in charge and we give you the solution because on your own, that guy is going to stand on that stool and not let the kid see. Well, if he's in service to self, and so is the brother, and so is all three of those people in that picture, the kid who's the shortest is going to be, as we say here in America, ass out. And nobody's going to help him or assist him to see the baseball game. And they're just going to go, screw you, kid. I got mine. You get yours. That's being in service to self. Anyone who's in service to others is immediately going to say to themselves, they're going to step down off their box and go, I can still see over the fence. And they're going to go, here, kid, move out of the way. Boom, here, get up there now. Can you see? No, you still can't see? Come here. Let me put you on my shoulders. I don't even know you. Where's your parents? Is it okay for me to have you on my shoulders? And then the kid's going to sit up there and be happy sitting on the person's shoulders, be able to see the game and have somebody who's helping them. Unless they're in service to self too, and they're going to go, screw you. Wait, no, you're going to let me sit on your shoulders so I can see the game? Yeah, you, slave, put me on your shoulders. Okay, so that only works if you're in service to self. So that logic, this is my point of all of this. The logic of the picture they're trying to show you to justify equity being more than equality was put together by someone who's evil, someone who's in service to self, because to them that makes perfect sense. And it also means that somebody has to be in charge of you, because left to your own devices, you wouldn't do the right thing. That means they're in service to self and they're applying that. Remember, all the truths we cling to are directly related to a certain point of view, ours. So what they're literally saying is, you're in service to self, and if we don't make you be in service to others, you're not going to do it. And that's what equality is. Equality is everybody gets a box. But equity is we make sure that everybody gets the same view of the baseball game. So that means they're going to take the box from the guy who has a box, and they're going to give it to the kid so the kid can stand on it. Well, what about the guy who has the box? It's my box. Maybe I don't want to give it to the kid. I'm in service to self. Now I don't have my box. Do I get it back? Now I'm going to be annoyed because somebody has to take it from him. That's what they're saying, to give it to the other kid. Do you see? And so that's literally saying, first of all, someone needs to be in charge of you, and that'll be us. We're the ones making up the rules, so we're the one that's going to be in charge of you, because you can't be in charge yourself. That is the whole entire purpose of the Hegelian dialectic, or that little bag, the little handbag that the Anunnaki are carrying, and the little scrolls that are tucked into their pocket are the rules that they need to go by to create all of this. It was furthered by Marxism. I write that in my book. It was furthered by Marxism. The whole the idea of a dialectic, I explain that, comes from Greek. I'm not going to explain it now. It's in my book. And then the Hegelian dialectic and what he said, and how that was a perversion of what they had said already, but not really bad, not for evil purposes, but it was getting there. And then Karl Marx took that and furthered it and turned it into the primus for Marxism, which is exactly what is happening on the planet right now. His, in fact, dialectic, Marxism dialectic from the Hegelian dialectic that came from the Greek dialectica, and has been morphed into turning everyone into slaves. And that had already changed when the supposed Anunnaki, the Orion Crusaders, got here. All right, let's continue with Ra.
19.4 questioner. Then after the transition into the third density, am I correct in assuming that these entities would then be, and we'll take Earth as an example. Would the entities then look like us? They would be in human form. Is this correct? Ra, I am Ra. This is correct, taking your planetary sphere as an example. 19.5 questioner. When the first second density entities became third on this planet, was this with the help of the transfer of beings from Mars, or were there second density entities that evolved into third density with no outside influence? Ra, I am Ra. There were some second density entities which made the graduation into third density with no outside stimulus but only the efficient use of experience. Others of your planetary second density joined the third density cycle due to harvesting efforts by the same sort of sending of vibratory aid as those of the Confederation sent.
Sorry, I had to stop that right there because of what Peter said in the chat. I love that, Peter. That was actually pretty good. I'm not saying anything he says, right? Yeah, that's funny. I like that. Right? He says we don't own the house, we don't own assets, right? And then he says increments, nice, and then he says 7. Triangle, or you could call that either pi or 369. It doesn't really matter. It's the same equation. 78 equals 4, and that's 7 and 8. And if you guys saw the math, you'd see what I'm talking about. If you're in the chat, you can see that, right? And then he says, I'm saying nothing. I love that. I know nothing. I hear nothing. I see nothing. We call that a Schultzism because Private or Corporal Schultz, Sergeant Schultz, on a TV show called Hogan's Heroes from the 60s prior to me being even alive, but I saw the reruns when I was a kid on television. They were in black and white. Does that tell you how far back that was? He was the German. It was set during World War II in a POW camp, and there was a bunch of Americans and English people from the war of the Allied forces that were stuck in their camp, and they were actually staying there on purpose to get intel on the Germans. And they had a secret underground where they had dug tunnels to get in and out of the prison, and they would get information out. They would pump these stupid Germans who were in charge of this penal colony that they were in. They would pump them for all kinds of information and then just sneak it out to the Allies. So the whole time they're acting like they were prisoners when they could have left at any time. And Hogan was, I think, a lieutenant or a colonel, I think he was, in the Army or in the Air Force, the United States Air Force. And he was the ringleader of the entire operation. And they had a French guy named LeBeau and an English guy, and I can't remember what his name was, and then some Americans. And Schultz was trying to be neutral, and he never saw anything. And so he always said, in his broken English accent with his German accent, and he always said, I know nothing, I see nothing. He didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to get in trouble. So he was always very neutral. And they paid him off in food because he was this fat guy that loved to eat stuff. And so they paid him off in all kinds of food that LeBeau, he loved French food. So LeBeau would cook him some food whenever they needed to get information out of him. Anyway, especially pastries. That's why the French, because the French pastries. Anyways, so let's continue. But I thought that was funny to bring up because Peter said that. I'm saying nothing. All right, let's continue.
And you now. This communication was, however, telepathic rather than telepathic/vocal or telepathic/written due to the nature of second density beings. 19.6 questioner. Who sent the aid to the second density beings? Ra, I am Ra. We call ourselves the Confederation of Planets in the service of the Infinite Creator. This is a simplification in order to ease the difficulty of understanding among your people. We hesitate to use the term sound vibration, understanding, but it is closest to our meaning. 19.7 questioner. Then the Confederation also aided in second density to third density transition. Is this correct? Ra, I am Ra. We must qualify correctness of this query. A portion of the Confederation which is not working with third density but finds its aid best used in other harvests, that is the second density harvest, is responsible for aid in these harvests. The Confederation, as we have stated previously in these sessions, is composed of many of those in other densities, in your own density, within your planetary sphere, and within the inner or angelic realms. Each of those entities developing a mind/body/spirit complex, and then developing a social memory complex.
Okay, I want to stop right there because now listen to this very closely. Let's go back on what he just said. In conjunction with other entities, not in your density, in the inner realms, the spiritual realms of your planet. Do you hear that? It's very important. Okay. So, inner realms of our planet has a spiritual level where there are people residing that are not in third density. I say that because I know for a fact that there are eighth density beings living here. And I believe that's what he's talking about, but there's also other realms. And to understand that, I believe Jacqueline Taylor, from what I've gathered from the book that she's writing, you're going to get that information as well as crazy information past what I tell you that even blows my mind when she shows me the images and talks about it. And I'm not going to talk about that out loud because it's not my proprietary information to give to you. She will when she gets that book finished and publishes it. And trust me, I'll have her on to discuss it and show you some of the images the second that she does that. Her and I just had a conversation not too long ago, a few days ago, where we were comparing notes. Literally, I'm going from the beginning to now, and she's going from the now. I didn't know this, and she didn't know that about me. She's going from the now forward, very high vibration. I literally just started telling people about 3, 6, and 9, and I'll tell you that it's in my book, but I'll tell it to you right here. And the people that I've told it to, it has made a difference in their way of thinking. That the chakras that we are counting 1 through 7 are in fact not 1 through 7. They're wrong. The actual place for the chakras, and even just in this density, in this dimension, is different than where they are there. And to actually understand this knowledge actually pulls you to 4D and into 5D. And that is only temporary because, and I'll tell you that, and then I say this first, because then after I tell you this, which may or may not blow you away as far as it is concerned, but then that changes and it's even larger scale than that, but that's going into 5D and 6D and above. When Jacqueline starts talking about, she said, oh yeah, and then here, look at this. And she showed me an image and I went, oh, wow, that's crazy, because I thought what I was just talking about was pretty intense. And she's like, what you are talking about is intense for 99% of the population of this earth. What I'm talking about will be intense for them, but only after they get what you're talking about. And this is going to be super intense that you're telling them. So I'm going to tell you my part. Okay. So the chakras, the way they are in your mind, 1 being the red root chakra and 7 being your crown chakra, is in fact wrong. And that's wrongful thinking. And the reason that nobody can figure out this whole entire math of the universe is this, and I'm putting it in my book, and I've held this back on purpose. So you guys are actually getting, for the first time, a little glean into knowledge that is going to help write why no one can figure out this universe. It is because even the people that are spiritual are going under the contention wrongfully that our chakras are 1 through 7 in the human body or anything else in the universe, when in fact they are, here it comes, wait for it, 3 through 9. That your base red race chakra is the 3rd chakra, and that your heart chakra is the 6th chakra, and your crown chakra is the 9th chakra. When you realize this and actually realize that it shifts the reality of 3, 6, and 9 completely and puts you in tune 127 million trillion % with all of the universe and nature and time, space, and everything, all encompassed in the entire cosmos, the entire multiverse. That is infinite knowledge and infinite wisdom and the access of that infinite knowledge. Okay. Well, see, no, that's the Denise posed the question just now. What's wrong with me when I'm getting more confused than understanding? I'm upset with myself. First of all, you're using the term understanding, and that's 3-dimensional. So you have the answer for yourself. It's the same thing that happens to all of us. You're getting in your own way because you're trying too hard to figure it out, which means you're listening to your mind and your ego trying to think your way through the problem. And you're going, well, I don't understand why, what's going on. I know there's more than this. That's all ego. That's all your mind thinking. You should be in a state of non-thinking and experiencing and allowing this knowledge to come to you. This is why I say, and I teach, surrender to the universe. Whenever you find yourself frustrated, it's because you are. And why is that? Because you're in the thinking mind, and the thinking mind is trying to solve the puzzle in your consciousness. And when you get into that state of, I know the answer's here somewhere and I'm missing it, that will wear out your brain going over and over and over and over and over and over, and you never find the answer. And that's why people always say you need to take a break, because right now you're confusing yourself by thinking too much. That is far more accurate than anyone ever thinks about. There's that term. Okay. Is that just take a break and breathe. Why? Because you stop thinking about it. You surrender your mind to not thinking about it, focus on something else that is distracting you away from the inner thought process that is the brain. And once you do that, all of a sudden, the information flows from the universe into you. So what's wrong with you is the same thing that's wrong with all of us. We go through it and we don't even realize we're in it until either someone says that to us or we realize it ourselves. I do it. Everyone does it. Nobody is above that because we're living in this third dimensional thing. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. When you find yourself struggling in your mind or frustrated with, I don't know what's next, what's wrong, I know there's something that I'm missing, all of those thought processes are you getting in your own way. You have to then go, wait, it's me. I'm in the way. I can't find the forest through the trees. I can't find myself because I'm trying to look past myself to do it. That's what Luke was supposed to learn when he was always looking to the future. Do you see? And Yoda kept telling him to stop. He's standing there trying to figure out what's going to happen in the future instead of being present in the now. And the only way to see the future is to be present in the now. Do you see? So we tend to do that. We have to remind ourselves. And so if you needed me to remind you of that, that's okay. I need someone to tell me that too. Literally, you were there when Jamie Watson Wolf said I needed to shut up and get out of my own way on her show when she was doing a reading for me earlier this month. Not the one she just did like a few days ago or last week, but the one she did prior to that, remember? And the one prior to that. You need to get out of your own way. You're in your own way. You need to be quiet, meditate, and let them tell you. They'll tell you. And I find that I still do that. And I have to shut up and stop going, what am I supposed to be doing? What am I supposed to be typing? What am I supposed to be talking about? The moment I give all of that up and go forget about it, I'm going to watch TV. I'm going to read a book. I'm going to listen to music. And I just let my mind wander. The second it does, and it wanders, then all of a sudden information starts flowing in, and then all of a sudden these thoughts are there, and I go, oh yeah. Literally today I was typing, and I don't have time to write my book today, but I still need to know what I'm going to write about. I went into the restroom and sat down, and while you're in there in the restroom, a lot of people say, oh, I do the best thinking there. Well, that's because there's no distraction from the world or the universe. You're in a box. Wherever you are, you're in a little cubicle or something, and you're sitting down on the toilet, and what are you thinking about? You're thinking about pooping. Right? You're thinking about pooping, and you got to wipe your butt, and you got to have toilet paper, whatever, or you're peeing, whatever it is you're doing. Right? You're not. That's the same thing as the 30-second meditation. You're in a meditative state there. You just don't realize that you achieve that, because now I'm not thinking about, unless you start using that time to go, I got to write a check, I got to pay the bills, then tomorrow I got to go to the store and I got to remember this. Then you're occupying yourself with things. But if you're not, and you're just sitting there going, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm pooping. Then all of a sudden you go, oh, and all this stuff starts becoming clear. Why? Because you're in a meditative state. You've moved out of the alpha waves into the beta and gamma waves, and even the delta waves, delta, beta, gamma, or beta, delta, gamma. You're into the gamma waves, the delta and gamma waves of your brain. You don't realize it, but you are. You're almost in a trance-like state. Some people fall asleep on the toilet. Why? It's comfortable. You're sitting, you're pooping. You feel good. You're getting the poop out. Everything's moving. Your body's moving, and you know what I mean, in the proper way that it's supposed to. And then you go, oh, and some people will go, oh shit, I actually started to fall asleep there. Okay, so you have to put yourself into that state. Is my point, to get out of that mindset of panic, of trying to figure it all out. All right, let's continue. So I know I went past, Denise, what you needed because you already got that way earlier, but I was just going on with a couple more examples for other people, in case they didn't get it as quickly as you did, right? But I saw that you got that really quickly and said, oh, okay, right? I just didn't say that she got that. And so I don't want anybody out there in the world to think Denise wasn't getting it until I just finished now. She was, but I was doing that in case you guys didn't get the same references. Parables, once again, here we go.
And then dedicating this social memory complex to the singular service to the one creator, may join the confederation. 19.8 Questioner, well, did this second density to third density transition take place then 75,000 years ago? Approximate? Ra, I am Ra. This is correct. 19.9 Questioner, where did the second density beings get physical vehicles of third density type to incarnate into? Ra, I am Ra. There were among those upon this second density plane those forms which when exposed to third density vibrations became the third density, as you would call sound vibration human, entities. That is, there was loss of the body hair, as you call it, the clothing of the body to protect it, the changing of the structure of the neck, jaw, and forehead in order to allow the easier vocalization, and the larger cranial development characteristic of third density needs. This was a normal transfiguration. 19.10 Questioner, over approximately how long a period of time was this transfiguration? It must have been very short. Ra, I am Ra. The assumption is correct, in our terms at least within a generation and one half, as you know these things. Those who had been harvested of this planet were able to use the newly created physical complex of chemical elements suitable for third density lessons. 19.1
Meaning humanoid or bodies on this planet, or this is why I didn't say just human or dolphin or whale, and there are still yet more. I mean, we know that the gorillas, some of the apes are sentient; they're aware. People say, "Oh no, they're not. They're just monkeys." No, they literally have taught sign language. There was a few movies about this. Taught sign language to these gorillas. And the gorillas would be able to think, remember, and tell you of how they got captured and ended up in prisons, jails, wherever they are, in a zoo or wherever, or in the laboratory. Tell you about where they lived, where you could literally on a map find it. And they could tell you about the whole entire terrain where you could literally get that information and go there and go, this is where he lived. And I could find where his family is here. Okay, so they're sentient enough to know that they're close enough to us to where they don't have vocal cords like we do, so we don't learn their language, and we don't have the ability to understand them through telepathy. So when we try to teach them sign language, we realize that they actually, you can look this up. This is real. They actually learn to speak to humans and have full conversations with humans with sign language. So, and they're 5% different in our DNA. Their brains are almost the same size as ours. They're a little more simpler, so they're a little bit more childlike, right? Sorry, I was buffing just then. I saw that. Hopefully I wasn't cutting out too much. So they're a little more childlike than we are, but not much when you consider the average human on this planet's maturity level is about 15 years of age. That's not a joke. 16 if you're lucky. You're not above the age of 18 because if you are, you test on the IQ test as a genius. Okay? And higher knowledge of being an adult higher than 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and above, you become a genius of 130 to 160 IQ or above. Do you see? That doesn't mean that you're a genius. It just means you're an adult, but that's not what they tell you. Right? And then they try to exploit you. So they're hoping that you're still controllable. That was what the whole movie Good Will Hunting was about. They were trying to get him to do and work for and explain to him and convince him that he needed to use this ability that he had as an adult without telling them that means you're grown up, and that they were still trying to treat him like a child and get him to go to work for them because you could solve all the universal problems for them so they could make money. And that was what the entire movie was about him seeing everyone as children, which you saw him obviously treating people like that when they were arrogant enough to be a little bit more intelligent than other people or act like it, putting them in their place like that guy in the bar, right, when he was talking about all that stuff. And he's like, and then next year you're going to be talking about Vickers when you find out about Vickers, right? And so that literally, and then, my boy's wicked smart, that whole scene. was because of that. Him doing that to those people who are not as intelligent as him, who think that they're acting like they're superior to everyone else around them. And then you had the other people who were the scientists, Skarsgård playing the senior Skarsgård playing the part of the scientist, trying to convince him and trying to get Robin Williams, who was also very smart, who walked away from that entire thing for love. And in the end, that's exactly what Will Hunting did. He walked away from the entire endeavor of using his brain to go to work for them, so they could make money off of him. In the context of you're saving the universe or the world by doing so, which if you look back in history, you'll find that since the Anunnaki got here, the Orion Crusaders got here, that every single advancement that anyone ever created was turned into some money-making operation or a weapon. That's it. Nothing was done to better the human race in any way. It was only to better their pocketbook and make them more and more advancements and richer and richer and richer. That is the knowledge in that little bag, that handbag that they're bringing. All of that's in my book. Let's continue. This is not out yet, but it'll be out. I don't know if it'll be out this year. I'm trying to shoot for the end of the year, but it's coming up pretty quick. We're already in the 7th month tomorrow, right? Today's the 30th of June. We're already in month 7. So I don't know if I'll have it done and published by this winter, but it'll be out by next spring guaranteed unless something changes. But the way they're talking for me to hurry up, it should be published, around the end of the year. Let's hope that I could get it out by Christmas. We'll see what happens. All right, let's go.
One questioner. Can you tell me how this new bodily complex was suited to third density lessons and what those lessons were? Ra. I am Ra. There is one necessity for third density. That necessity is self-awareness, or self-consciousness. In order to be capable of such, this chemical complex of body must be capable of the abstract thought. Thus, the fundamental necessity is the combination of rational and intuitive thinking. This was transitory in the second density forms, operating largely upon intuition, which proved through practice to yield results. The third density mind was capable of processing information in such a way as to think abstractly and in what could be termed useless ways, in the sense of survival. This is the primary requisite. There are other important ingredients: the necessity for a weaker physical vehicle to encourage the use of the mind, the development of the already present awareness of the social complex. These also being necessary, the further development of physical dexterity in the sense of the hand, as you call this portion of your body complex. 19.12 Questioner. This seems to be a carefully planned or engineered stage of development. Can you tell me anything of the origin of this plan for the development? Ra.
So I like his thinking here. This is where his mind as a nuclear physicist and obviously higher IQ came into play, where he was actually starting to get on to, this sounds like it was very, very well designed. Could you elaborate on that? So let's listen to Ra, in Ra's terms, elucidate.
I am Ra. We go back to previous information. Consider and remember the discussion of the logos. With the primal distortion of free will, each galaxy developed its own logos. This logos has complete free will in determining the paths of intelligent energy which promote the lessons of each of the densities given the conditions of the planetary spheres and the sun bodies.
Okay, so literally this is, again, I'm glad at this point that Ra didn't just get snarky and say, we covered this in another session, because sometimes Ra does, right? But they did it this time not, and literally said, okay, so the logos, remember, is creation, right? The concept of creation. It also means love, and it's an ancient Greek word. It's the oldest word for the word of God that people can remember. I don't know if they have that exact term in the Mesopotamian language or not. If they did, we would probably be using it. However, the fact that they're using the Anu in Mesopotamia, that word Anu is actually an Akkadian word, which were Greeks who lived in Arcadia. That was an area next to Mesopotamia, east and south or southeast of Mesopotamia in the Middle East, which were Greeks, okay? And they owned that land, and the whole entire territory was called Arcadia. And that word Anu came from the Greek god Anu. So the whole interpretive misinterpretation of the Anu or Anunnaki becoming Anunnaki, which has now become one word instead of three, which Sitchin translated it as Anunnaki, which means the god Anu, Na, right? Which he just didn't even put into context. And then ki means comes. So he assumed that meant the god from the sky. So the Na part, Anu Na, in his mind was from the sky comes. Or from space comes. So an alien, according to them interpreting the Mesopotamian scrolls, or it wasn't scrolls, it was a tablet, is some sky god. Some god from the sky came to Earth. And that's why later on in 2012, Giorgio Tsoukalos then changed the interpretation to those from the heavens came, which is what led to the word Anunnaki being all one word and being a word meaning the name of a country or race of beings who came to the earth. No longer is the word Anunnaki mean those that it's those from the heavens came. It is now the name of the people who came, without any interpretation on anywhere saying that those people came here. Do you see? That's like naming to say the Marine Corps from the United States of America. When someone says, who were those people? That was the Marines from the United States of America. Who are those people that live over there? Marines from the United States of America. That's who the race is that lives over there. That's the country of Marines from the United States of America. That's exactly what has been done here with the Anunnaki. So the words Anunnaki originally didn't mean, Sitchin translated it wrong, Anu, the god, came to earth, when it actually is Anunnaki. Anunnaki means royalty, not a god, but a prince or a king came to the city. You can look that up. Scholars who know the Mesopotamian language translated it that way. So it was wrongfully translated in 1948 and then translated by Giorgio Tsoukalos into those from the heavens came, now an entire species, not one person. The original translation was one person, the god Anu, came to earth. That in 2012 turned into an entire species coming to earth. And now the entire species is called Anunnaki, one word, which means an alien race from somewhere else. Okay. And now I've seen it translated as Marduk Anunnaki. So people are now equating Marduk as an Anunnaki. So that's the way of it's the same thing where people say Jesus wasn't a god, that the Christians did with Jesus by saying Jesus said, he never said I'm the son of God. He actually said I'm the son of man, meaning the human race. And then they said he was the son of God. And they said to venerate him, they changed the Bibles and said that he was the word of God. And so therefore, if he's the word of God, then he is part of God. That was how they created the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit as one. And that's in nomine patri, in the name of, right, the Father, right, in nomine patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, as one, the triad. And that's how they venerated Jesus as God, because he was the voice of God. And if he's the voice of God, then he's part of God, and then that makes him God. So instead of being the Son of God, he's now God. So that's how the evolution of Jesus turned him into God himself. And that's why the Jews don't like it, because the Christians took somebody who was the savior character, who they say was created by Romans to control the population, which I was actually just writing about in my book today. Because other people will say all religions are fake and they were completely fabricated and written by, either the Draconians or the Greys or a coalition of evil people. And the Anunnaki to control the population of the earth, and that all religions are completely fabricated. I'm covering that in my book and why that actually is not accurate as well. It can't be. And even if it is, say they did create all that, it was created by two inept guards in an easily escapable prison, because they were the stupidest people on the face of the earth, because what they created was actually giving people the ascension that you actually figure out. But then people go further than that, and that's when they're really indoctrinated into this whole prison penal colony. Oh no, that's what they convince you of when they put you here. They change. Now they're capable of being in 3D, controlling your soul and making changes to your immortal soul's consciousness and erasing your immortal soul's consciousness memory of itself. And to explain away the veiling here, that it's being done by prison lords in third dimensional reality with technology, who have the technology to be able to. So then why are they even locking you and bothering to lock you in a physical prison, in a physical body, when they don't even need to do that? Because if they have control of your immortal spirit, and they could just erase your mind, why not just erase your mind completely, so that you're just this inert ball of energy that just kind of floats there like a 2-year-old child, and you have no wanting to do anything. And you don't need to be having to create this entire reality and the human body and the earth itself, or even use this, which was already fabricated, but they don't want to explain to you how it was fabricated and by who. Let's not go there. The fact that it's here, it's a penal colony, and they're just utilizing the earth as a prison. So what you're saying is that somebody above them already created the universe and the earth as well. So that means they created the human condition. This is also going in my book. So if that's the case, why are they afraid and they don't want to tell you there is something more? Because if you're immortal, that means they have an immortal soul, and that means something created that and the universe itself. Let's expand beyond what their control is here and look at that scenario from the top down. Never mind that now. Never mind that now. You're in prison here. And even that concept was something that they put into your mind that is a lie. And even everything that we've created in our society came from their society and was implanted for us. And that's the only reason that we know it. So we don't even know where we're from, and we're only making the stuff that they want us to make. And all of it. So like, it's so paranoid that you literally at that point are explaining away with your own fear in your own ego everything you could possibly imagine. So now they've recreated the human race so that it only thinks up all the stuff that they program it with, and they've erased your soul. And they've learned how to do all this from technology that they obviously don't have, because if they did, they wouldn't have to do all this to imprison your soul. Because if they had all that technology, they wouldn't have to imprison your soul in a physical body. Do you understand this? This is what I'm writing about in my book. So the logic, again, only works if you're veiled and you have the mind of a child. Do you see that? Maybe you don't. All right. I'm not sure if you see that. There's my sister, Deborah. Welcome, Deborah. So that only works, again, the penal colony system that they're trying to say the Anunnaki have put into place here only works the same way that Jesus's fake works. And the only way that can work is you have to have a childlike mind. And so what is it that Jesus was trying to teach you but the way to look within yourself to ascend? And it's not just Jesus. So even if they created Jesus and Jesus was totally fabricated, they took the idea that was already on the planet that they've been trying to hide from everyone else on the face of the earth, and recreated the exact same thing they were trying to hide. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you create something completely different? Because they must have been stupid and thought they were smart, which means they were 3D humans. And what they did was they recreated, if in fact Jesus was fake, they recreated him as a physical being, and they didn't change what the process is for ascension any iota. In fact, they made sure that they stayed exactly the way it was written for every savior character in every religion everywhere in the world, and then gave it the name Jesus to control the population. But anything that taught you that that was the ascension was eradicated from everything. And yet they're trying to say that the same people who are trying to say that the Romans created that are trying to do the same thing, because they don't want you to have the name Jesus in the savior character, because they have their own character that does the exact same thing that Jesus was doing, only his name was Moses. So if Jesus was created, then Moses had to have been created too, because it's the exact same story with a different name. Muhammad, same thing. Thor, same thing. Marduk, same thing. Oh no, all of the religions were created by these draconians to fool us all. So they created a religion worldwide in every single other language and everywhere around the world, and all of them had the same theme of how to ascend. And then they didn't want you to know that. Why would they do that? That's defeatist. That's like me saying, this is why I say from Dr. Evil, I'm putting you in an easily escapable prison with 2 inept guards, because that's what they would have done if this were all true. And this is why I'm writing in my book this way. Literally, if they created this planet as a penal colony, put everybody here, and they didn't want you to know anything, and they mind wiped you, Why would they create a religion that actually tells you how to get out? Here, I'm putting you in a prison, and the keys are over there in the corner. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? To this door right here. If you use those keys and this door, you can get out. Wait a minute. I can't have you knowing that. So now, after I told you that, here's a book that tells you that you need to have keys to this door. I'm going to hide the keys, but I'm going to let you know that there are keys and there is a door. And somewhere in this cell, and then I'm going to tell you that, somewhere in this cell are the keys. Wait, I don't want you to know that, so I'm going to try and take that information from you after I've told you. So the person who's doing that is a fucking moron. Because I'm giving you all the tools and telling you where they are and then trying to keep that information from you. That's exactly what I'm supposed to believe with this story of Jesus was invented, or that all religions were invented by aliens, or that we're imprisoned by aliens and that the earth is created and the human race was created as a penal colony because they had the ability to capture your soul out of another body or a higher level and erase your soul and stick you in this body and put you in this prison. And then they gave you the way out and tried to eradicate it from your memory. And humans found a way to hide it. But then in their benevolence of being in control of the entire universe, couldn't figure out how to stop you from hiding that information in the prison that they created, so they should know, in the body they created, so they should know how you think, because they are the ones who designed it according to the master plan. So they designed your body so that you wouldn't remember anything, but they didn't design your body to not steal the scrolls and bury them in the fucking Dead Sea, or hide them in basements so that you could write them over and over and hand them back out to people. And then they took the people that were down here on earth and said, go hunt the people down that have that stuff, but we're not going to give you guys the ability to know who's doing it. But you got to try and find out who's doing it and chase them around, because we have no fucking clue who's doing it. Why? Because we don't know. We created the human race. So that means we created your mind, your psyche, and everything that operates that, if I'm the creator God. So how is it that I don't fucking know my own machine? That's like saying I built a car and the fucker runs on its own and I can't stop it and I don't know where the fuck it went. Right? But it's my car and I own it because I'm the fucking creator of it. But I can't fucking figure out where it's going because it takes off on its own. If you created a car like that, when you went and got it, you would take the ability for it to fucking take off away from it so it couldn't go anywhere. So you would need keys and you would need gas and you would need to be able to go and get in the car and drive it away. Okay. So they created the human race, but they didn't take the keys away from the human race to be able to have independent thought, is what I'm supposed to believe. And then they gave us this knowledge and said, oops, no, wait, you can't have that. That'll let you get out. And then they couldn't figure out why they couldn't get it all away from all the people. And then they had to have other people hunt you down and try to kill you for the rest of existence and eternity to keep that information away from you that they already gave out to the entire planet. That suggests that you have to be a child to buy that story. Because that means that there was a time when they weren't here. And when they got here, that's when they decided they had to eradicate an information. So the information that they're trying to keep from you is that they didn't create this place. And they're lying to you. They didn't create the human race. They don't have that power to control you and to erase your soul and implant you in this body. Because if they did, they wouldn't have a need to come down here physically and pay people physically to go and find that information that obviously was already here, that everybody is finding. And then on top of that, even if you don't know any of that, here's the key. And this is what I'm writing in my book. Even if you don't know any of that, are oblivious to any of those stories, which 90% of the population of the earth is actually oblivious to any of that entire ideology that I just told you about. If you know nothing about spirituality, if you know nothing about life, if you know nothing about anything, you are still capable of ascending and unlocking this knowledge that comes from, wait for it, the universe itself, that tells you and awakens you and frees your soul. So if they literally had control like they claim, why is it that they can't keep anyone from figuring this shit out? Again, we're in a prison. If it is in fact a prison, it's a prison, an easily escapable prison with 2 inept fucking guards trying to guard us. Sleeping, fat guys, and I say that being overweight, eating salami, sitting on the floor, drinking alcohol, passed out most of the time with the keys, next to the door. It's the only way that this works. So I have to be a child to stay. Why am I in? That's like literally putting one of those little Chinese handcuffs on you, the little paper ones that the more you try to pull away, the more, and you can't figure out that if I keep pulling on it, it gets tighter. If you don't have the wherewithal, only children get stuck in those. Okay, because you're not thinking, well, wait, what if I just push them together and then hold on both of them with my thumbs and slide my fingers out? If you don't think that and you're not smart enough to do that, then you're a raccoon. How people caught raccoons when they were hunting raccoons for their pelts without damaging the pelt is they would go to a knot or a hole in a tree and hollow it out bigger, and they would put nails in the tree so that if a raccoon stuck its hand in and grabbed something and they put a coin, shiny coin in there, the raccoon saw the coin and reached in to grab the coin. It wouldn't let go of the coin. It would try to pull it out. And as it pulled its hand out, it would get caught on the nails and it wouldn't let go of the shiny object to make its hand smaller to then push forward and get the nails out of its own skin and pull it out because it's not intelligent enough to not to do that. So it'll just sit there holding on to its arm, and it'll either bite its own arm off to get away, or it'll lay there until it dies, until you show up and kill it. That's the truth. And people would show up with a bat or a piece of wood or something to club the fucking thing over the head, slit its throat, and then skin it and sell the raccoon skins to make different things. That way there was no damage done to the raccoon skin. They were worth more money. That's the truth of how people hunted raccoons on this planet. Why? Because raccoons were two-dimensional and not smart enough and sentient enough to actually realize I'm in a trap that's an easily escapable trap, and all I have to do is let go of the shiny coin, push my hand further in to get the nails out of my hand. My hand is now can move it smaller and slide it out. Humans realize that. That's why when they made handcuffs, they had to make them tighten up tighter and tighter, because if you didn't make it tight enough, people would slip their hand out. Okay, so humans are smart enough to get out of that trap. Same thing with that little Chinese torture thing you put on your fingers. If you're smart enough, you push the fingers together and realize it opens up, and then push your thumbs on it so that it'll stay in place and you can pull your fingers out. If you're not, you sit there all day going, I can't get out, I can't get out. That's the trick. If somebody is underage in their mind, they won't figure out the genetics or the geometry of it and escape. So the only way that you can't get out of this prison that you're in is that you have to stay a child. And then you buy these stupid stories that they come up with. And that's where I'm covering that in my book. So you buy these stupid stories no matter how outlandish they are. Alien race created the human condition just to be slaves, and that they have control over devices that capture your soul, erase your memory, and they implant you into this bio robot down on Earth and have you be born. So they have all of that technology, but they can't figure out how to keep you from figuring out how to get out of this prison. And I'm supposed to buy that story. And then on top of that, let's throw that all away and let's go to the big story that they teach you in all the religions. There's this evil entity called the devil of Satan or Lucifer, whatever name you want to call it, Seti, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And this evil entity is equal to God, another lie that they want you to believe, is equal to God, and the two of them are sitting on mountaintops that we can't see above in space, and they're playing chess, vying for control of the human race, because the human race is the most valuable thing in the universe for two entire gods that are supposed to be equal to do here on Earth. That whole thing is a lie to make you believe that there is just as many evil people on the planet. Most people do that. I've asked people randomly, how many people do you think, what do you think the percentage of evil people is on the planet? And they usually say above 50%, and it's only 14. And it's only 1% that owns everything that is telling you that they are 75%. 1% is telling you that they have total control and they own everything and that they're equal to or stronger than God, and you're buying it. Okay. And so then here's the story that all religions are teaching today, that there's this evil God and this good God, and they're vying because the good God made humans, and humans are higher than any other being, including all of the angels in heaven. And the angels got mad because God loves this lowly little thing he made out of mud that is higher up in the universe than everything else except for God himself. And they rebelled against God and went to war. So God, who is all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful. This is what Ra's talking about right now. Is all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful was usurped by this devil who's now equal, and all these angels who turned against God, and God had no idea that any of this was going to happen when he created all of these things. You're not supposed to don't ask questions about that. Never mind that now. God is the creator of the universe, but had no idea that the creation, this is the same story. As aliens created the human race, but they weren't smart enough to not realize their creation was going to figure out how to escape. Do you see? It's the same exact story being told in different terms. It's a parable. And you're still, either way, you're in a prison with 2 inept guards, in an easily escapable prison with the keys sitting right in front of you, and they're telling you those aren't the keys to that door. Trust me, you can try them, but I'm telling you, those aren't the keys to that door. Don't touch those keys, because they're not even the keys to that door. So where are the keys? They're in that cell with you. They're in that cell with you, but it's not that one you're looking at. Do you see? And so they're telling you those are the keys, but they're not the keys. And that's the door, but it's not the door. Oh, and by the way, we created this and you, and we could stop you at any time, but we're having fun not stopping you, but we're in a panic because you might figure out how to get out of the cell. That's the same thing, same story. It's all bullshit. It's all made up. The entire thing is disinformation to get you to be mind screwed, to be gaslit or Jedi mind tricked, so confused by everything. It's Jack Sparrow talking to his men. And he's going, you don't make any sense at all, mate. Right? And that's literally what they're doing. That's the whole purpose of Jack Sparrow's character, by the way, for anybody who's awake enough to see it. Is that he's smarter than anyone else, and he acts like he's stupid, and assume that he's drunk on rum the entire time. But he's smarter than anyone else, but not as smart as he thinks he is, right? So he's not as, and that becomes very evident early on. But he is smarter than most people, and only person who notices that is a character named Gillette, and he's in the British military, and he's not somebody in charge. He's a lieutenant, I think. In the military, and he's watching and observing Captain Jack Sparrow from the outside, even though he's in the military, but he's seeing him, whereas everybody else is assuming that he's a stupid pirate, that is an inept pirate and doesn't know anything, and he's realizing just how smart he is, and at one point he actually says, do you think he plans all this out or just makes it up as he goes? And he's actually in awe of Jack Sparrow in the things that he does, right? Because he's like, no matter what, we can't capture the guy. He always gets away. And it's always something really cool that he does. I know it's hindering us, and I'm not supposed to think that, boss. And so, but he actually says it. Do you think he thinks this all out, plans it all out or ahead of time? Or do you think he just makes it all up as he goes? And they look at him like, shut up. And then he's like, whoop. And he realizes because they didn't see it coming. And they're not seeing how smart Jack Sparrow actually was. And everyone thought that they took advantage of him, and they didn't know how smart he was. He wasn't smart enough to not get taken advantage of by Barbossa, right? So he was still learning himself, but he was far smarter, right, than anyone gave him credit for. And that was the beauty of his character. Okay, let's continue.
19.13 Questioner. I will make a statement with respect to my understanding, then, and ask if I am correct. There is what I would call, a physical catalyst operating at all times upon the entities in third density. I assume this operated approximately the same way in second density. It's a catalyst that acts through what we call pain and emotion. Is the primary reason for the weakening of the physical body and the elimination of body hair, etc.
Welcome, Cassie. I didn't say hi. I was too busy talking and then forgot because I was getting back to Raw, so I apologize for that. Welcome, Cassie.
Etc. So that this catalyst would act more strongly upon the mind and therefore create the evolutionary process? Ra. I am Ra. This is not entirely correct, although closely associated with the distortions of our understanding. Consider, if you will, the tree for instance. It is self-sufficient. Consider, if you will, the third density entity. It is self-sufficient only through difficulty and deprivation. It is difficult to learn alone, for there is a built-in handicap, at once the great virtue and the great handicap of third density. That is the rational/intuitive mind. Thus, the weakening of the physical vehicle, as you call it, was designed to distort entities towards a predisposition to deal with each other. Thus, the lessons which approach a knowing of love can be begun. This catalyst then is shared between peoples as an important part of each self's development, as well as the experiences of the self in solitude and the synthesis of all experience through meditation.
All right. So literally, we're forced to, in this place, have to deal with each other, good or bad. And that allows for the free will of anyone to be in service to self or in service to others or anywhere in between. And then we have to deal with that. Okay. So all the things that happen for everyone in every aspect, we have to have all of those aspects so that we can have a rounded out experience. So literally, I'm writing about this in my book, literally. So literally, you have to have good, you have to have evil, you have to have all of that. And at one time, you are all of that. So no matter how you think of yourself right now, there is a time, maybe not in this lifetime, but in some lifetime, you were evil. Okay. If you're not evil now, you were evil in some lifetime. And because everyone has to have all of those experiences. So at some point, somewhere in the universe, you're Genghis Khan, Adolf Hitler, the devil. But in the same respect, you're also Jesus, Mother Mary. Do you see? Mahatma Gandhi. So we are all of those. So that's why some of us during our ascension start tapping into those realities. Because as you're expanding your consciousness, you are becoming aware that you were, are, and can be, or maybe was, those peoples. Because in a higher plane, we are every aspect. So when you go high enough and you start tapping into the higher sources, you actually can tap into all of that. You can become those and see. That's why the way Ra explains it, and the way I know that it works, is that you are a recorder. Your brain is recording everything that happens to you and that you do. Okay, so your mind is recording that from your perspective, but the universe is also recording you and everything that you do from the third party perspective, like as if you're playing a video game. Okay, your higher self is also recording everything from that perspective as well. But that is being synced up with your perspective being inside and outside of your body. Whereas the universe itself is actually recording everyone and everything that everyone does all at once as an over picture. So you have the inside scoop from being inside this avatar, right? Then you have the top-down scoop of Envision. That's why in our video games, you can do that. In most of your third-person video games, you're either locked into third person, you can't touch it, or a non-linear one like, for example, because I play World of Warcraft, but there's other ones out there that are just like it, same engine. You can really scroll in to see through the eyes of your character and become that character and not see your character at all, and literally see from the eyes of the character as if you put on one of those masks from Meta, right? Or you could back out and see them from behind, or you can go even further out and watch from above. Okay, that's literally what you're recording. You're recording this avatar in all of those aspects, going from first person to third person and everywhere in between. That's being recorded by you and your higher self. Then the universe itself is also recording everything from the external, not being connected from the connection of the higher source. That is the galaxy, then the universe, then, and then higher to the one. So all of those exist for every single person. It's like having cameras on everybody in a football game and they show you from different angles. Same thing. So we are mimicking and manifesting in the third dimension how we track ourselves in video games, movies, and all of that, exactly the way it's being done in our higher selves without us realizing that we're actually showing that to ourselves in this dimension. As above, so below, as below, so above. Everything that is in the spiritual manifests in the physical, and everything in the physical is manifested. And I'm writing about that in my book as well. Okay, so literally, that's the way things are working for our knowledge and what we can tap into. All right, let's continue with what Ross talking about.
The quickest way to learn is to deal with other selves. This is a much greater catalyst than dealing with the self. Dealing with the self without other selves is akin to living without what you would call mirrors.
Right? So here again, you can't you can't work on just yourself without having other people's reaction to you or how they see you. You have to have knowledge of how you're being perceived by other people. And this is what I'm talking about, where everything's being recorded the way it's being recorded. So the only way you can work on yourself is if you truly just hide and never work and deal with anyone else. You're not going to be honest with yourself because you have no idea how the world sees you. So because of that, you're going to have to assume that you know how the world sees you. And the problem with that is we all think, we have made up in our minds what we think everyone sees us as and perceives us as. And most of the time it's not that. It's what we want them to think, but it's not always what they do see. And this is where, like when I was in leadership, when I was going through management school, it was literally told to all of us to be aware of, it's not what you say, it's what they hear. Okay, so the same thing. It's not what you think people see you as, or it is what they actually see you as, which is coming from their perspective. So the only way that you can truly get yourself fixed is that you have to have people around you to bounce off of so that you can see what they think about you. You have to have that. You have to have that interaction to see how people react to you, to realize what it is, the potential of what it is they see from you or see you as. And then you have to ask other people, because some people won't be honest enough to tell you to your face, and they'll tell someone else. You go, do you realize that so-and-so said this about you? Oh my God, that's not what I was trying to be coming across as. And then if that person's honest, they'll go, well, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes you say this or do that. Well, what? Why didn't anybody tell me that? Because everyone's afraid, because they think that nobody wants to know that, because most people don't want to know. But those people who are trying to fix themselves need to know that stuff. Right? How do people actually see me? So that's why you have to actually watch yourself as well. I do that. I listen to myself talk, and I watch myself and go and think about, what am I, if I was somebody who had no idea about me, would I think I'm fucking crazy? What would I think? Right? So I actually try to do that. I try to get into the mind of other people and see how they see things, or see me or whatever. And then I try to ask people. I don't always ask people, so what do you think of me? You know what I mean? But you still have to be exposed to that. So you have to deal with people in that way to get along with them. All right, let's continue.
Thus, the self cannot see the fruits of its beingness. Thus, each may aid each by reflection. This is also a primary reason for the weakening of the physical vehicle, as you call the physical complex. 19.14 Questioner. Then we have second density beings who have primarily motivation towards service to self and possibly a little bit of service to others with respect to their immediate families, going into third density and carrying this bias with them, but being in a position now where this bias will slowly be modified to one which is aimed toward a social complex and then ultimately toward union with the all. Am I correct? Ra. I am Ra. You are correct. 19.15 Questioner. Then the newest third density beings who've just made the transition from second are still strongly biased towards self-service. There must be many other mechanisms to create an awareness of the possibility of service to others. I am wondering, first two things. I'm wondering about the mechanism, and I am wondering when the split takes place where the entity is able to continue on the road towards service to self that will eventually take him to fourth or fifth density. I would assume that an entity can start, say, in second density with service totally to self and continue right on through and just stay on what we would call the path of service to self and never ever be pulled over.
Sorry, I know I let that go for a little bit there. My mother was come walking out of the restroom, and one of her shoes was untied, and she was about to trip over it. And I was trying to get her to come over and sit down so I could tie her shoe, and she was standing on the shoelace, and she was almost ready to fall over because she was stuck on her own foot. And I'm like, oh no, mother, come over here and sit down. So I had to tie her shoe. So I apologize that I let that go on without any discussion, but you guys heard what was going on there. And if you guys have any questions about it, let me know, but I don't think we really need to get into all of that, but we can. Let me back it up a little bit just to be safe, all right?
Which is aimed toward a social complex and then ultimately toward union with the all. Am I correct?
Actually, I like that. I'm going to back that up to the beginning of that question. I kind of like that.
A synthesis of all experience through meditation. The quickest way to learn is to deal with other selves. This is a much greater catalyst than dealing with the self. Dealing with the self without other selves is akin to living without what you would call mirrors. Thus, the self cannot see the fruits of its beingness.
Right, which is what I covered just before I had to go and help my mom. Right? Let's continue.
Thus, each may aid each by reflection. This is also a primary reason for the weakening of the physical vehicle, as you call the physical complex. 19.14 questioner.
Right. So without any kind of interaction with other people, everything becomes weaker because you're not able to work on yourself completely. Right. And that's not good. So you want to be able to have that interaction, conversation, and that to with other people that helps and aids you. It's the same way when I guide people or have people guide me. A true guide will do the same thing: interaction, conversation, and not me. I'm in charge and I know more than you. And it's always bouncing information. Just that's why I say I love the Q&A in here. I love your guys' opinions. I love you guys asking questions because that makes me think, that pushes me into another place to try and solve that equation or help you solve that and assist with that. Anybody who's a true, whatever you want to call it, guru, Sufi, magi, priest, Merlin, they're not going to be telling you that they know something you don't know. They're going to be assisting you, guiding you to get you to discover that within you by being a sounding board for you. And in doing so, we are learning from you. I was told early on when I was in my 20s that I love having children around, and I always have, and I have like 38 nieces and nephews. Because that age group from like 2 when they're talking until they're adults, you see, and this is why people love having kids, because you see the world fresh and brand new again through their eyes as they're discovering the world and the universe. So when I work with people and I see them discovering something, when I say something and it means something to them and unlocks something within them that gives them a download or that helps them with the download that they had when they have that discovery on their own. That's the same as having that discovery all over again for myself. It's like when you go and see a movie for the very first time, and then you want to take your friends and family to see it because why? You want to be there with them when they discover what you discovered for the very first time, and you don't want to tell them unless you're in service to self. And you go, oh look, this is where he kills that guy. Oh, thanks for ruining that for me, because then you only did it to be self-serving to ruin the movie for them. But if you're not, you can't wait for certain scenes to happen because you want to see them have the same reaction or their version of that reaction that you had. So a true person who is a guide is doing that for that purpose. And most wanderers have come back to this planet not only to help people, but because they also are re-experiencing this entire scenario. Again, some people have come here just to do that. They're not here because they're trying to free the people that are here. They're here to help by their vibration being here, and but they're not doing anything to do so because they're experiencing this entire scenario over again themselves, and they know how beautiful that is. And then some people are doing both. Like when you talk to Jacqueline, my God, she is the biggest wonderment for her is going through this experience all over again. But she's also on a high level helping people to guide them. But she sees that picture of how beautiful this is to be here in this situation again. And that is utmost foremost in her mind's eye when she's doing everything else. Whereas with me, I'm about the all and guiding all of that. But I too, and the reason I've done this is to see that. I just don't talk about it as much as I probably should, like Jacqueline does. And the more she does that, the more it rings out my soul and my heart with love, because I know that inside I'm doing the same thing that she does openly to the world. And who knows, at some point I'll probably just break into doing that myself and just let it go and not worry about anything else, because she's already done that. She's already came to terms with that love. And there's millions of people that you meet out there that do the same thing. And it's okay. And that's why we teach people or guide them into, what emotional is actually good. It's not bad. Let it go. Let it rip. Because whatever it is that you're feeling is a feeling, is an experience, and it's happening. Now there I go. and that is literally what they talked about in the Tool in the song, when to be here in this place and be alive and breathing. And that's what Maynard was singing with his vocals in that moment, without getting so giddy that you went, what the hell just happened to him? Right. All right, let's continue.
Then we have second density beings who have primarily motivation towards service to self and possibly a little bit of service to others with respect to their immediate families, going into third density and carrying this bias with them, but being in a position now where this bias will slowly be modified to one which is aimed toward a social complex and then ultimately toward union with the all. Am I correct? Ra, I am Ra. You are correct. 19.15 Questioner. Then the newest third density beings who've just made the transition from second are still strongly biased towards self-service. There must be many other mechanisms to create an awareness of the possibility of service to others. I am wondering, first two things. I'm wondering about the mechanism, and I am wondering when the split takes place where the entity is able to continue on the road towards service to self that will eventually take him to fourth or fifth density. I would assume that an entity can start, say, in second density with service totally to self and continue right on through and just stay on what we would call the path of service to self and never ever be pulled over. Is this correct? Ra, I am Ra. This is incorrect. The second density concept of serving self includes the serving of those associated with tribe or pack. This is not seen in second density as separation of self and other self. All is seen as self, since in some forms of second density entities, if the tribe or pack becomes weakened, so does the entity within the tribe or pack. The new or initial third density entity has this innocent, shall we say, bias or distortion towards viewing those in the family, the society, as you would call, perhaps, country, as...
Okay, I'm going to stop there and then we'll let it go. I wanted to get back to the second density because he moved quickly into third density. Let's be clear, the second density life forms are learning survival and learning the skills of working together for survival. Okay, so they're all completely dependent on the whole. The reason for that is to solidify, and Ra didn't get into the details. The reason for that is to solidify that, so that when the choice of being in service to self or in service to others is given in the third density, that you already have the concept of the all and the concept of survivability, surviving. You have the wisdom and that entire scenario already learned in your instinctive abilities as a second density being. So it's about tribal, it's about survival, it's about helping the all, but also serving the self by making sure that the strong survive, that you survive, and that you have those instincts to procreate. All of that is literally driven into you as an instinctive thing that is going to be part of the third dimensional beast that you're going to become when you become sentient. Then that is the ego, that is the id, that is the self-serving nature that you're going to have to now overcome to actually get along. You have the choice now instead of the necessity. You have the choice of being separate and being yourself. Why? Because to have that life and death experience, and you might get into that, you have to have already in your mind that concept of the other and the whole. And then now it's, oh, by the way, you're one by yourself. And now you have that organic experience to be alive. And then you have people that will choose to be evil and kill you and murder you and hunt you and rape you and pillage you and take advantage of you. So now if you're not, then when you're, so it's easier, and that's why it's more seductive, like Yoda said about the dark side, because that's already the instincts that are there for the body, for the beast, for the animal. Then you have to overcome those. And when you overcome the instincts is when you become an individual who is in service to others. And that's the only way that you can ascend, is to overcome that part of you that is the pack mind, that is the instincts of self-preservation and self-love and all of those things that it entails. But you have to then experience both to be able to choose. At some point you choose, I'm tired of this and I don't want to be self-serving anymore because I can't get any further, and it's just It's just repetitive now, and that's where the number of the beast is 666. Because in third dimensional reality, if you don't become aware of it here, you're still going to be stuck here going 6, 6, 6, 6, because you can't get past that to the 9 energy, and that's why it's so important to realize that the chakras are not 1 through 7, but 3 through 9, and that there is a 1 and 2 below that, and numbers above that, and that gets even incredibly insane when you go past that. Okay, so literally, it's instilled in your instinctive abilities, and then you're supposed to ascend past that to adulthood as a third dimensional construct of awareness. And that organic experience of love, learning love now of self and others, instead of you have to, because the whole pack will die if one dies. But that instinct is also instilled in you so that when the separation happens, you are more dead set on helping others to survive, because you also think the whole will die if we don't help everyone. And that, so all of the skills that you need when you have the choice to choose are actually instilled in you in that first dimensional, second especially dimensional pack mentality. And part of that is still attached to the third dimensional animal, but then the intellect is higher, so that you then have the ability to expand past that. But the only way you have the ability to expand past that is to expand past that. So you have to then get out of the lower chakras, which rule the first and second and third density, or the first and second dimension. And then the third dimension is the split, where you get to then choose. And the only true path up is to get away from all that is in service to self, and to love the pack and love others, and to want to help everyone because it's the right thing to do. And that's the difference between equity and equality. Even though they say equality means everybody gets everything equal, but the poor other kid that's too short can't see over the fence because he only has one stool. Well, anyone who is actually equal or ascending as being in service to others is going to say, I don't need this box, put the kid on it, or I can put the kid on my shoulders and we can both watch this thing. Only someone who is evil is going to go, fuck you, kid, I got my box, you get yours, too bad, grow taller. Okay. And so then they tell you that equity is someone, we as the ruling class have to be in charge and tell that guy, get off the box and give it to the kid because he wouldn't do it otherwise. Well, that's what they think, because they wouldn't. So that entire scenario is created by someone who is evil and in service to self, trying to tell you that equality is not in fact equal because the kid can't see over the fence because everybody has a box. That's equality. But that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is, I don't need the box because I'm tall enough to see over the fence. Give it to the kid who can't see over the fence. But that's foreign to anyone who is in service to self, because they'd never fucking do that, ever. Fuck that kid. He'll see over the fence when it's his time because he's tall enough. Until then, he has to realize what he's missing, because I'm going to tell him all the shit he can't see. That's evil, that's self-serving, and that is being in service to self. So the entire equation that they base that on, with the visuals that says equality isn't actually equal, that equity is actually everybody has the same thing because of the adjustment. They're saying we have to tell you what to do because you wouldn't instinctively do that. Because why? You're in service to self, because that's what we're trying to make you. Well, I got mine, you get yours. And that's what their version of equality is saying in that picture. I should have downloaded it to show you. Maybe I'll download it and show it to you next week. All right, let's continue as raw as now moving into the third density ideology of the evolution here.
Self. Thus, though a distortion not helpful for progress in third density, it is without polarity. The break becomes apparent when the entity perceives other selves as other selves and consciously determines to manipulate other selves for the benefit of the self. This is the beginning of...
Right. Oh, and I'm stopping now because of what Peter said, right? So let me read what Peter said, right? Yeah, first he was talking about Jacqueline Taylor, right? Is it Jacqueline Taylor? There's Jacqueline Taylor. What do you say? Jacqueline Taylor is always there within guidance. Yeah, absolutely, right? This is a spiritual system. What do you say? I was told love is a sister to the universe, right? and the true people will understand or understand. Then he goes on to say, I'll put it up on the screen for you guys to see, right? Then he goes on to say, when you understand, right, to mention or realize the rule of the laws that we have to get away from, the rules of concepts, right, of the human race. That's the rule of the laws. And then he said, I apologize for the concepts, but you're absolutely right. Okay, so the truth is, once you start to understand the concept of what's going on, and this is part of the evolution that I was talking about, that Raw's talking about, is that the realization of because the conceptual reality, and Peter's getting really deep with this ideology here, rightfully so, that when you get here, it's the concepts of this place, the conceptual reality, which locks you into this. So that's why he's saying we have to get away from the rule of concepts, because the first thing that happens as a child is that you're told what everything is, and it solidifies you in this trap of the mind. Car, truck, mama, dada, baba. You're taught these things, and all of these things are conceptual reality ideologies that are locking you into this illusion as a real concept. So we carry those on into adulthood. And this is a country I live in. It's the country of the United States of America. And Peter's being in Ireland, it's the country of Ireland. Those are streets. Those are street names. This is a house. This is my television. This is my cell phone. This is me. These are all concepts in the illusion that is this third dimensional illusion. So literally, you have to get outside the conceptual ideology of this place being real, being reality. And you have to learn that there is a difference in that there's a 3D, but there's two 3Ds. One is the dimension, which they try to sell you as the only thing, and that it is in fact all there is, and that it is real. That's the lie. That's what I'm writing about in my book. They don't want to tell you about this other place where your spirit, soul is immortal, where that is. Where is that? It's not in the body because you can't find it. If somebody dies and I'm trying to find their spirit or soul, the personality that was in that body, where is it? And does it die with the body? That's what they want you to believe. As soon as you're killed, you can't come back and tell anybody anything that goes on. But weird, we have these things called mediums and psychics who all the time tell us information that only that person's personality knows from a conversation that they had with you when you were a child or something else that they did, that they give you as an example, that you tell them that the only way that you could know that information is that the personality that was in the body before is now somewhere else and you're communicating with them. Because there's no fucking way you could have known, pardon my American, there's no way you could have known that particular item because only those two knew it. And that's how mediums are, and people from the other side are aware of that and give you this information so that you can tell that concept to somebody, so that that legitimizes in their mind that you're not making this up, you're not pretending. And that's the difference between a mentalist who claims they can do that and they can't actually. They come up with things that will fool a child. But I can do that when I think I have a child thinking I grabbed their nose or pulled a quarter out from behind their ear or in their ear. Those are sleight of hand things that you do to children. Well, if everybody is a child and their maturity level is under the age of 18, they're easily fooled by sleight of hand. And that is what the mentalist counts on. But the true person, that if you want to know from a medium or a psychic, is someone who can give information that the person is aware of that is coming from a higher source to validate, because they need that. Because if they don't validate that, the person who is awake enough is going to go, this is a charlatan. This is not, in fact, a real psychic. Because if they were, they'd be telling me something that they couldn't find by stalking my Facebook page. Do you see? All right, that's what Peter was talking about there, and the conceptual reality. And this is what Raw is talking about, of being locked into that reality. You need the input of other humans to keep you out of your own conceptual mind, because all the truths we cling to depend greatly on a certain point of view, ours. Okay. And the first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You can't know there's a trap that you're already in unless someone says, dude, you're in a trap. Or you move and the pain body says, ow, that hurt. Why can't I move? Oh, and you look down and discover you're in a trap. But something has to happen. A catalyst has to happen that is external from you to get your attention. Do you see? That's the point of that. All right, let's continue.
The road of which you speak. 19.16 Questioner. Then, Through free will, sometime in the third density experience, the path splits and an entity consciously probably does not consciously choose. Does an entity consciously choose this path at the initial splitting point? Ra, I am Ra. We speak in generalities, which is dangerous for always inaccurate. However, we realize you look for the overview, so we will eliminate anomalies and speak of majorities. The majority of third density beings is far along the chosen path before realization of that path is conscious. 19.17 Questioner, can you tell me what bias creates their momentum toward the chosen path of service to self? Ra, I am Ra. We can speak only in metaphor. Some love the light. Some love the darkness. It is a matter of the unique and infinitely various creator choosing and playing among its experiences as a child upon a picnic. Some enjoy the picnic and find the sun beautiful, the food delicious, the games refreshing, and glow with the joy of creation. Some find the night delicious, their picnic being pain, difficulty, sufferings of others, and the examination of the perversities of nature. These enjoy a different picnic. All these experiences are available. It is free will of each entity which chooses the form of play, the form of pleasure. 19.18 Questioner.
So this gets back to what Peter said earlier when he had made the comment about everything being what you see it as or created as. So you have the ability to see what you want. And this is why I did that reel or whatever you want to call that, where I show you that person who created pictures of famous people like Nostradamus and what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. The ex-president of the United States. I can't think of his name. I can see his face, and I can't conjure up his name. And it's literally human bodies set in a situation to where they make up the actual features of the face. And I actually put in there that your what you visualize or what you see becomes your reality. And so what you choose, that was the point of what I had said, what you choose to see is reality. And so literally looking at those pictures, when you first look at it, your brain is immediately going to see the picture of the person's face. And then if you stop the thing or watch it more than once, you start to realize, oh my God, there's all these other people involved, and everything that I'm seeing is not actually what it is. It's something completely different that is painting the picture of this. And so that is literally viewer created reality. That is literally your mindset is, and what you choose to see is what you're going to see, or what you allow yourself to see. Is all based on what your mindset is at the time. So literally, when you look at a picture, you're going to see something different. That's why, and I talk about this in my book, but it's common knowledge in law enforcement or investigations of any kind, that literally if you have three or more than one person, 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. If you have more than one person, and you have any number up to infinity who witness an event. And then literally, if you were to interview every single individual without other people hearing the conversation, because that changes what they saw as well. Because when you get the hive mind together, people will start communicating to each other and saying, what did you see? What did you see? What did you see? And then all of a sudden, the more dominant person in the group is going to start changing the narrative of everyone else. Or they're all going to come to an agreement somewhere in the middle of what they all agree on now that they saw. But if you separate them, and this is why the police do that, like they'll show up and say you have a couple of cops and you have two people that saw something, they'll literally go, you go with him and you come with me. And you go where they can't hear one another. What did you see? What happened? And the cop will get that story, and then they switch. And they go over and you're like, I just told that cop, I know, tell me the story too. And then that person now is, the second police officer is now getting the same story from the same person. And then they get together and the two of them then say, what did they say to you? And their perception of what that person's perception was explained to both of them, starts giving them the truer picture. Between the two officers, they can say, well, he told me that the car was red. That's weird because she said the car was blue. And then when I talked to her, what did she say to you? She told me the car was blue as well. But then when I talked to him, he didn't say the car was red. He said it was blue. Okay, so it's probably a blue car. So, you see my point? So they're aware that each of us individually sees things through our own lenses, through our own perception. Okay, we need to become aware of that. And this is what Ra's talking about here, that we need to become aware that we're seeing things through our own perception, not necessarily the way everyone else is seeing it. And then it only becomes a thing, and this is where it becomes really weird, is that if you're talking to somebody who is a medium, they'll tell you that they get different information from the same person. If I'm channeling your grandfather and the medium next to me is channeling your grandfather, the information that they're going to get is going to be personal to us. Why? Because they're trying to say things the same way Ra is trying to say things to Dawn in a way that Dawn can understand. So the mediums, when you talk to your guides, they're going to give you information in metaphors or visuals or sights or smells or sounds that you can interpret, and you have to, as a medium, learn what those interpretations mean to you. For instance, the Long Island medium always says, if I get the vision in my head or the picture in my head of a person wearing an apron in a kitchen with a rolling pin, this means cooking food or baking. So she's realized that that same exact thing comes through without a face, or they see the exact same person or the person they're talking to at the time in that guise dressed up as I'm getting it in my vision in my head, a fat grandma with a bun or hair up in a bun wearing an apron that's multicolored, right? And it's kind of dirty because she's got stuff all over it, and a rolling pin in her hand. That means someone who's baking or cooking in a kitchen. And literally, that's what was conjuring up in my mind to explain to you. So as a medium, you learn these things interpretive but you don't realize, sometimes people don't realize that those concepts were given to you. Literally, I was driving down the road with my then wife, my ex-wife now. We're driving down the road, and I'm like, why am I getting the smell of mashed potatoes and gravy? And I'm getting the taste of mashed potatoes and gravy in my mouth, in my mind's eye right now. Am I having craving for mashed potatoes and gravy? What does this mean to you? And she gasped and said, oh my, I didn't remember. I forgot. Today is the anniversary of my grandfather's passing, and his most favorite thing on the earth to eat was mashed potatoes and gravy with butter. And I said, he's coming through to remind you that he's still thinking about you and to remind you of him on this day, because it's been important to you to remember him on the day of his death. And she's like, I totally forgot until you reminded me. I said, I didn't remind you, he did. He told me to ask you why because all of a sudden I got the smell and the taste in my head. And there was the question, why am I smelling and tasting this? Melissa knows the answer to this. And I asked her, and she said, this is why. It's literally my grandfather died today. X amount of years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever it was. Those are the things. I was doing a reading for a woman, and her husband who was passed, and she wanted to know about him. And I said, weird thing. I've talked about this on air before. I said, okay, I don't know if this means anything to you, but he's showing me a flower, a yellow flower, like a tulip or a carnation. It's a yellow rose maybe. And he's holding it, and he's coming over to me, and he's putting it like on my chest. And every time I look down, he goes, boop, and he touches my nose with it like he would do with someone's finger. She laughed. And I said, what? Why are you laughing? And she said, oh my God, that's my husband. He's funny. He used to always do that to me. What's on your shirt? Boom, with his finger. And the day he was at his funeral, when he was dead, I walked up and I had a yellow rose and I put it on his chest, but I smelt it first. And then I put it on his chest, right on top of his heart. And I said, he's showing me that, and then doing that joke because he did that with you. And that was the validation from him to her that he was, in fact, with me talking to her. And only she knew that. I had no idea. As a mentalist, I could have never came up with a yellow rose touching my chest and then going boop on my nose. And that would in any way be something that her husband would do in his sense of humor, and him saying, I was there with you at the time that you put that rose on my chest. Do you see? Those are the things that that we do for that. But all of that is a perspective. And I had to interpret that and realize it was something that it wasn't, I didn't understand it. And it was being the thought process, the concept to me to tell her of this. And why? So that she knew that I wasn't a charlatan and that I wasn't just making this shit up as I go. So we have to get out of our own way and start to realize that the concepts of our reality are based on all of the things that we have accomplished and the memories and experiences in our life. And we have to expand our consciousness to include other people's ideologies and other people's way of looking at things. And that helps all of us expand. And that's why I say, I'm not a teacher, because it's not that I know something you don't know. I'm actually still learning, hopefully from you, and watching you expand your consciousness. And then you have me expanding my consciousness by doing that exact same thing. By me witnessing you expanding your consciousness is helping me to expand my consciousness, which in turn is the learn, teach, learn, because by that token, you're also witnessing my expansion of my consciousness. And so that's why I always joke. And those of you who talk to me personally, you know that I use the vernacular from the honeymooners. And I say, you know that I know that you know that I know Norton, right? Or some term of that. And that's literally the concept of all of that, that we're both sharing the same experience, and that you know that I know that you know that I know. And that can go on forever. That you know that I know that you know that I know. You see my point? And that's the whole purpose of that, is that it's a infinite possibility scenario that you can just keep repeating over and over, and it actually continues to make more meaning. So we have to realize that we don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. Right. And that's the concept that Socrates talked about, that the more you know, the more you realize that you know nothing. Because if you don't realize that you don't actually know anything, your ego will tell you, you know everything and you're the most important being in the universe. Just ask me and I'll tell you. And that's egoic. So to be honest and get outside of that egoic mind, you have to have the wherewithal to realize that the more you realize, the more you know, the more you actually only ask more questions, and then you have answers for, and that you could never answer them because they're infinite, right? And that was what Friedrich Nietzsche said, even though everybody said he was going crazy when he was dying, when he said, run away from philosophy, because I found that it was a complete waste of my time, because all I ever did was pose more questions than I ever was able to create answers to or find answers to. And so that bothered him, because he was still in the egoic third dimensional mind, even though he was very intelligent. And he was trying to show that. And I don't think that it did bother him as much as he came across. I think that was an allegory that he was using for people to realize this the same way I did, by hearing it and first thinking that he didn't understand it. And that's why he said that. And then it made me ponder it. Had he just said, here's my wisdom, that, and then re-said what Socrates said, people would then say he's just regurgitating what Socrates said 3,000 years before him. But he come up with the same allegory said in a different way, which is now a parable. And that made me think of that and make the context to the Socrates, which makes the context to the which came first, the chicken or the egg, same concept, same, just another allegory, just another parable. And, the same thing that was discussed by Aristotle prior to that with, if a tree falls in the woods, if there's no one around to see it, will it make any sound? And then literally the answer saying, there is no tree, there is no woods, because I'm not there to create it. Do you see? That expands the conscious mind. It expands your consciousness. And what is all of that? Exactly what Ra is talking about is the conversation and seeing from other people's perspectives the same exact scenario told from their perspective as an allegory or as a parable, and the realization that the only way that we can learn and expand is to share this knowledge with other people so that they can then expand their consciousness further, and this perpetuates the species by continuing to upgrade and upgrade and upgrade, because we're all looking at it from a new, fresher perspective, that we also have all of the things that everyone else figured out in the past at our disposal when they didn't have those. So when I said a few times, why should I write this book? For 5 years, I said, why should I write a book? Everybody's already wrote it. It's already out there. It's all the information is there. Yes, that's the whole point. And we're supposed to learn from all of that and then put it into our perspective and then give that and pass that on to someone else, because we share that with everybody and everybody learns from it. And then they share their perspective from that. And that's a different one from yours. And that's the ripple effect. Another allegory, which is the same parable of one drop of water in a pond or in the ocean expanding out and affecting everyone else. So all of those stories are the exact same story. Do you see? The exact same lesson being taught in a different way from a different person's perspective on the exact same equation and outcome. And Peter just did the same thing, and I just did the same thing. And there's your 7, if you count them. There's your 7 parables, including the one that Ra was talking about. That makes 7. Right? Let's continue.
I assume that an entity on either path can decide to choose paths at any time and possibly retrace steps, the path changing being more difficult the farther along is gone. Is this correct? Ra, I am Ra. This is incorrect. The further an entity has, what you would call, polarized, the more easily this entity may change polarity, for the more power and awareness the entity will have. Those truly helpless are those who have not consciously chosen but who repeat patterns without knowledge of the repetition or the meaning of the pattern.
Right? That's where we say people are lost when people say, I'm neutral. When we say those people are just as lost, or we would say asleep, right? They haven't chosen. They're not aware of that. So because of that, without the polarization, you can't ascend. So ascension works in both ways. If you're in service to self, this is why Ra says there is no right or wrong. If you're in service to self, you're still ascending. You're just ascending, and you can only go to a certain point. And then you have to repent and go back to being in service to others. But you are still ascending at that point, and you're still finding these realizations and unlocking information, which we don't talk about too much because we don't want to propagate people choosing that way, because there is a balance, but the balance has potentiation to be equal 50-50 the way people think. And that's why the evil people are trying to tell you that half of the people are evil, because they're trying to make more people evil. Because the more they can make that are greedy and evil, the more solidification of this 3D reality comes into play, and it polarizes people to the extremes, and that pulling people over to the extremes, which is what they're doing in politics around the world, and trying to pull you to the edges is the same thing as pulling everybody to the center and giving 50-50. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pull people away from being in service to others and get them in service to self, because if they can reach that equilibrium of 50-50, it's going to lock everybody into this place. You'll never get out. That's what already happened before. That's what you guys aren't aware of. That's what already happened before. If you go the further back in time you go, the more you find that when these people got here and changed the narrative, they polarized everybody into more people being evil than there are now. And it was almost 50-50. And since then, it's gone all the way back the other direction. And this is what they don't want you to know, is that it's going to get less and less and less. It's never going to go away, because it can't. But it's going to get less and go back to an area where, and it's almost there now, because the area is supposed to be about 10%. And we're at 14. But if you go back in time 50 years, it was more like 17. If you go back in time 150 years, it was more like 19 or 20. If you go back in time when Jesus was here, it was more like 35 or 40. If you go further back than that, okay, to 10,000, 12,000 years ago, that was when it happened. And that was when it was almost 50-50. Okay, that's the truth of it. We just don't talk about that enough, because people are like, it's worse now than it's ever been, and half the population is evil. And we're like, no, it's actually right now almost back to the way it was before, when it was righted. It's down to the last few percent to fix. And this is what we're trying to get across, and that's what's going into my book that I'm writing about, is to show. Go back in time and look at that shit for real. That's why they don't want you to know about history, because they don't want you to know how it was. But they only want to tell you about all the negative stuff that was going on back then. But they want you to think that exact same thing's happening now. So that's why the history they give you is the history of conquest. They don't tell you about spiritual history. They'll give you every movie telling you about how the Romans conquered the world, or the Greeks conquered the world, or even the Mesopotamians. They don't care. They want you to know about warfare and strife and all the evils that happened in warfare. That's why those are the most popular movies they make movies about. So that's what everybody wants to know about, because they're telling you their version of history, which is the conquest only version. That's why the concept that they don't want you to know about is that the history is written by those who win, those who conquer. And so they're telling you all this stuff, but they're not telling you any spiritual history nowhere. The people that are trying to tell you that, they try to stifle. Not telling you about any spiritual ideology from anywhere. They're trying to eradicate all that. They only want you knowing about mundane. They don't even want you knowing about cultures around the world when they're uncovered. They don't let you know about them until they can come up with some idea of telling you that their temples weren't really temples. But then you have, the other side of that, where they say everything was a religious thing, which is weird. Why is it that everything was a religious thing and it wasn't just a stadium for people to play football or baseball in? That's all we have today. Right. But the guys, all these archaeologists would tell you that it all had to do with spirituality. But then the mainstream tells you there's no such thing as spirituality. And that was just a cult. And that was just made up, because they don't want you learning about a spirituality that those people had. Why? Because they might have had a knowledge that would help them ascend. And they can't fucking have that. So we got to control it until we can go and find it. And then we can eradicate it. And then just go, yeah. No, they just played a sport and then they killed everybody afterwards. Sacrificed them because they were children, sacrificing to a god that didn't even exist. So don't look there. There's nothing to see. These same people built this incredible feats that can't be duplicated by us now, but they were simple-minded and had no brains whatsoever and created this fake god that they murdered each other over. And then we don't even know what happened to them. They just disappeared. And that's the story they tell us of every society. It was a warlike society, and they had this fake made-up many gods, but there is no real God. Truthfully, there's nothing. Even the Jews and their Christians, that's all crazy too, and just a cult, because nothing to see there either. Look over here, and that goes back to what I'm talking about in my book. If they created all these religions, why have they spent nothing but time every second of every day since the creation of those religions trying to get you to believe those religions aren't even real? Oh, because that's part of the whole scheme, to give you a fake religion and then tell you it's not real so that you chase the fake religion. And so then there's that crazy circular argument of paranoia that says that even my breathing is evil. And then they come forward today and go, right, in the English language is racist by its very nature. They're literally talking about that here in America 2 days ago. Okay. So that's part of the same narrative. They're telling you the same thing in everything that they're telling you about everything. And then they're telling you that everything is a lie. That's the same as me saying I am a liar and I lie every time I speak. I just lied to you. Figure that one out.
19.19 Questioner, I believe we have a very, very important point here. It then seems that there is an extreme potential in this polarization, the same as there is in, to make an analogy, using electricity, we have a positive and negative pole. The more you build the charge on either of these, the greater the potential difference and the greater the ability to do work, as we call it, in the physical. This would seem to me to be the exact analogy that we have in consciousness here. Is this correct? Ra, I am Ra. This is precisely correct. 19.20 Questioner, well, this would seem then that there is a relationship then between what we perceive as physical phenomena, say the electrical phenomena, and the phenomena of consciousness, and that they, having stemmed from the one creator, are practically identical but have slightly different actions as we tape ends.
That's actually a pretty good question. Let's see how Ra answers that, right? It's actually really close. I talk about that in my book. Let's see what Ra has to say about that.
Is this correct? Ra, I am Ra. Again, we oversimplify to answer your query. The physical complex alone is created of many, many energy or electromagnetic fields interacting due to intelligent energy. The mental configurations or distortions of each complex further adding fields of electromagnetic energy and distorting the physical complex patterns of energy.
See, now this is the part that's actually very important right there. I want to mention that one more time. Electromagnetic energy, electromagnetic waveforms. Science in 2023 is just starting the concept of the understanding of electromagnetic waveforms. Okay, even though they knew about this 12,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, and that's in the video that I've shared with you guys in the group about the oil that goes up and down your body, that all religions and spiritual ways on this earth knew about it. And that information is the most secret information on the planet. Why? Because those bag carrying guys with the pine cone in their hand, called the Anunnaki, spent the last 12,000 years trying to get you to not realize or have access to that knowledge. Wait, what? So literally physics was pulled away from the idea of electromagnetism and electromagnetic waveform. In 1991, I became aware of this, and I started writing about it and then destroyed everything because I realized that's what they were looking for. So even the people who are evil, who are in charge, are not aware of a thing, and they've been trying to get people to rediscover it themselves. Does that tell you that these people that are in charge are actually in charge, and that they are the creators of the universe, and that they have all the information and they're not telling us? No, it means they don't know as much as they're pretending they know. And I know that, and all physicists know that, and anyone who's ever came up with the true knowledge that they get only from the universe knows that, and they hide it or destroy it every single time throughout history. Okay, Da Vinci did the same thing. All of the materials that Da Vinci had that were devices that he drew out didn't work, because you have to actually understand how the concept of those things actually work to change what needs to be changed in that image to make it work. When I was I think I was maybe 19 when I first saw the Da Vinci devices, and I looked at all of them and said, these don't work, only because he must have done this on purpose. He had to have known that his drawing was drawn wrongfully on purpose to keep anyone from figuring it out. And that's when I realized that Nostradamus was writing in allegories in code, so that if you're not smart enough, you're not going to figure it out. And that's what led me on my journey of reading all the scrolls, the Bibles, and all the shit that's written down in all the Bibles, that they literally say, here's the keys to the cell you're in, and the words that are coming out of my mouth are the secret. But lock up this secret, and this is locked away for only the people at the time of the ends, when they'll figure this stuff out. Why? Because the people that are the time of the ends that are going to figure this out are going to be people that are going to be awake enough. Let him who hath the ears to hear, or the mind to see, or the eyes to see. Let him who hath the understanding reckon the number of the beast. And they gave you codes to tell you, like a highlighter, this is on the test. This is important. Everything that I'm saying from this place on, or everything I just said to you, is important, because I highlighted it with, let him who hath the understanding, let him who has the ears to hear, let him who has the eyes to see. They use these code words to tell you, this shit I just said or I'm about to say is fucking important. Pay attention. There's the answer right there. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Hey, say no more, say no more. Okay, look here, look here, look here. And then people were like, I have no idea what they had to say. No, because if you're not of a higher mind to expand your consciousness, to realize, then you're not of the eyes to see, you're not of the ears to hear, you're not of the mind to know how to interpret that. Do you see? But they're showing you, here's the keys to the door, the keys to the Porsche right there. You just have to grab them and figure out which key to use and figure out where the Porsche is. Then you get to go tooling. Okay, and they knew back then that only the enlightened people were going to be able to figure it out, and only those in service to others would be enlightened enough to understand, because you can't understand it, because it's not understandable, because it's not, the only way that you can get it is to understand it, and the only way to understand something is you have to be in service to others, not in service to self. So it's not capable for those people who are in service to self to ever figure it out. Period. End of story. The only people who can figure things out are those people who are not in service to self, who have a higher mind, who have expanded their consciousness to a certain point of their ascension. And then it unlocks for every soul everywhere in the entire multiverse when they reach that point. Period. And that's what they tried to keep away from you, not just the knowledge that was there and that you could look for it because that starts your journey. The fact they have to get all that out completely so that you don't even start, because they know that just by taking the information away from you, you still can achieve that. And they figured that out. So that's why they're still trying to edit everything and keep you away from any kind of spiritual enlightenment. So they didn't create the religions to try and control you. They're trying to control the religions that were already there to keep you from that kind of realization. And the only way they can continue to do that is they have to change the narrative and keep getting you focused over and over and over in the now, which is not the now, in the realization or the non-realization of the now, and be stuck looking forward. I have to have, I have to have, I have to have, I have to have, I want more, I want more, I want more. And because of that, that conceptual reality keeps you away from the spiritual, and you're constantly standing like Luke Skywalker going, what's going to happen tomorrow? Why can't I get there? I need to go there. I need to be there. And I'm not. Instead of being aware of where you are now and realizing you're going to get there when there becomes now. So why should you be looking at there? That's trying to find the forest and there's a tree in your way. Do you see? Let's continue.
The spiritual aspect serving is a further complexity of fields which is of itself perfect but which can be realized in many distorted and unintegrated ways by the mind and body complexes of energy fields. Thus, instead of one, shall we say, magnet with one polarity, you have in the body/mind/spirit complex one basic polarity expressed in what you would call violet ray energy, the sum of the energy fields, but which is affected by thoughts of all kinds generated by the mind complex, by distortions of the body complex, and by the numerous relationships between the microcosm, which is the entity, and the macro-COSM in many forms which you may represent by viewing the stars, as you...
Okay, so let me stop there with the macrocosm, but he said COSM, which is weird. So there must have been a space there that I was unaware of. So literally the violet chakra is what everyone thinks is the seventh chakra, and it's actually the ninth chakra, the God particle, the Higgs boson, which is what did he just say? The culmination, collectiveness of all the chakras below it together in one color, violet. So when you take all of the other colors and you combine them together, what you get is what? When you combine everything, you get purple, unless you have black and brown in there. We don't have black or brown because then they become darker. So they become violet. So when you combine all of the chakras by balancing all the chakras and moving up through, having all the chakras lit up all and balanced, that's the Kundalini energy, moving up your torso into your third eye chakra, which is the violet chakra. When you are there, the only way you can truly have that chakra be enlightened is you have to have all of the other chakras enlightened together. And so literally as the colors change from red to orange to yellow to green to blue, right? Moving up, and then it goes violet at the ninth chakra's place, not third, not seventh. You then are in tune with all of that is 3, 6, and 9. You're now in tune with the 3, which is you and nature. And you and nature, when you become one with you and nature, that's the 6. And then that's when you're here in this place, the third chakra, which is actually the 6th chakra. And then when you become the totality of yourself, your body, your spirit, your mind, and all of creation in infinite potentiation, that's the 9. That's the violet chakra. That's a violet, not violent, but violet colored chakra. And when you are residing in that place, that is when you are one with yourself, your mind, your body, your spirit totality complex, and nature and time space as well. But to do that properly, you have to be the observer from outside all of that concept. That's 5D reality. You have to be the observer on the outside of all of those things. And that's why the violet chakra is literally, that's why some people see it as above the skull, about outside of the head, and not just in the head. Okay. And then the enlightenment after that, when people are starting to add that equation, they're starting to add the white light above that. And that would be the 10th chakra, or the idea of the 12, which is 3, 6, 9, 12, because in the physical, the manifestation is 3, 6, 9. But in the astral, it's just the one above it. That's where you get to the 12, and the 12 being the 3, that creates the cycle. The 13 is also the 4. 3 and 1 is 4. And that gets crazy, and it's hard for me to explain. And I'm not even writing that in this book, because I think Jacqueline is, if not, it'll be in my next book, because that's a 5D, 6D concept. And that's really hard for people to get. And me just saying it right now, I know that for most of you out there, it doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. How do you get the 13 and the 4? Where does that come into play? What the hell just happened? Right. So I stop at the 12, because the 12 is 1 and 2. 1 and 2 becomes 3. So that creates the circuit. That is the 4D concept of outside of this reality concept of your consciousness, without going to the next level, which is the 4. So now you're going to the 3, right? And then if you start realizing the Pythagorean theorem, you realize that 3, 6, and 9 are separate. And so you have 1, 2, 5, and then 8, 7, 4, right? 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. So 1, 2, 4 is on the right, controlled by 3, right? And then 8, 7, 5 is on the left, controlled by 6. And then 9 controls the 3 and the 6, which creates the loop of infinity, which creates this entire reality. To go beyond that concept is to expand to the 12 consciousness, which does not factor into that equation of 3, 6, and 9. And that's where I just posted that thing that is the enigma of 24. And it tells you that the Fibonacci sequence repeats itself after 24, and that the octaves of the 24 integers repeats itself after 24. And that pi is half of pi is half of the vector of that 24 cycle. And that's what's in that visual that you see. And people are like, oh my God, Leo, help me explain that. So what the writer of that picture that is in my memes and reels, wherever on every platform except for TikTok, because I'm not on there anymore. I'm on there, but I'm not posting on there, is telling you in that picture, you're seeing the visual concept of that realization that he's showing you the math of, and he's showing you all of the different versions that are frequency, energy, frequency, and vibration of the number 24, and how it translates into the three-dimensional reality as a physical object and everything else, and how all of that repeats on itself at the 24. And so 24 is double 12. And that's why if you watch any of my visuals and I show you the number 12, I always show you 2 12s, and they're always in the same position of the yin and yang, because of that concept. And I know that most of you probably never got that, even when I gave you the Enigma picture. But that's why I've been trying to prime you with all these different images that are vectoring you outside of 3, 6, and 9 and the Pythagorean theorem of only 3, 6, and 9, trying to push you into the 12. And then from there, trying to show you that that 12 is only 1/2 aspect of the universal 12, and that the duality of the yin and the yang, the positive and negative, outside of the concept into 40 and 5D, because both can reach that evil and good, are the 12, which is the 3, 6, and 9, or the 3 and the 6 doubled. 6 doubled instead of only going to the 9 for the infinity that is in this 3D reality, because it's possible to extend out to the 12. But that changes the chakra factors. And I was unaware that Jacqueline was aware of that, and never spoke that to anyone until Jacqueline showed me pictures of it. And I was like, oh my God, you already have there's already colors and assigned names to these positions. She's like, of course it is. And I was like, okay, well, I could see that in my mind, but didn't know what they were. And she's like, that's because you weren't focusing on them. So I'm not going to go involved in that, because she's writing the book that's going to show you that. It's going to freak everybody out on this planet, because what she's talking about right now is beyond what I've just said to you. And what I just said to you is the first time I've ever pulled anyone that hard into the 12. And we're doing that on purpose, because everybody's starting to get the 9. And so once you get the 9, we're going to immediately yank you to 12. And then from there, you need to know the duality of the 12 going to 24. And that enigma makes this next circuit that the 9 does for the 3, 6, and 9 on the 4th and 5th into the 6th dimensional levels or density levels above this dimension. So the concept is we're capable of explaining that concept now to the world, and where I wouldn't have been able to tell you this even a year ago. I couldn't explain to you what I just did. We've already changed enough in the world and expanded, not just because I'm, oh, well, Leonard, you just learned it. No. This is only the expansion of the whole. The concept is capable now for the entire human race. These are the changes that have been that are being made by the consciousness of the people here. The total consciousness of this planet on average is capable of understanding 4 and 5D now, whereas 2 years ago, I could only tell you 3, 6, and 9, and I started introducing 12 just over a year and a half ago and couldn't explain that concept out loud to people. I had to do it one-on-one with people that were ready, and now I'm saying it out to the world so anyone can hear it. So if you want to see the visuals, you have to watch my reels on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram. Some of them on TikTok, except for the Enigma of 24. The Enigma of 24 is only on, is not on TikTok. And you can see the visuals, which I'm going to add most of them probably to my book. So when my book comes out, if you don't know them and can't watch them on the videos, it'll be readily available for people to buy my book around the world and see those same visuals. And hopefully I'll have that description enough described in my book for people to understand it. But I think with the visuals, it will work. All right, let's continue.
You call them, each with a contributing energy ray which enters the electromagnetic web of the entity due to its individual distortions. 19.21 Questioner, is this then the root of what we call astrology? Ra, I am Ra. This will be the last full question of this session. The root of astrology, as you speak it, is one way of perceiving the primal distortions which may be predicted along probability/possibility lines given the, shall we say, cosmic orientations and configurations at the time of the entrance into the physical/mental complex of the spirit and at the time of the physical/mental/spiritual complex into the illusion.
Okay, so that has to do with your sun sign and when you were born and how that sets the cycle for you. That has to do with the concept of the video that I've put out that I didn't make, that I've shared with everybody about that oil in your body and the cycle of yourself every single month, and how that enlightens your consciousness, and which grows your consciousness and expands your consciousness to unlock wisdoms from the universe itself. That is the entire concept that they're trying to keep you from for the last 5,000 years or so on this earth. And the knowledge of that concept as a whole has been taken away, and we're reintroducing it because people hid it away and it's always been there. And then those of us who have achieved enlightenment enough to actually interpret the scrolls, it's right there in front of their faces. They didn't know that the stories they left in the Bibles were saying the same things in many different parables and allegories, so they didn't take them out. Okay, so when you read these scrolls that were hidden and you actually figure them out, then when you go back to the scrolls that weren't hidden and you read those, you go, oh, it's there too. It's been there the entire time. So even though they tried to eradicate it, they don't understand the concept. And I use that word understand there to tell you that on purpose. They don't understand the concept of why they cannot eradicate this information wholly from the minds of all the people on this earth. And even though they keep trying, they're grasping at straws and they're running and chasing themselves here and there, because what they don't realize is that it is a code that is in everything. And no matter what they take away, there's still going to be the code in something that someone will recognize, because everything that is being created, every story ever written, every song, every poem, every movie, everything that is being recreated by a human being has the same allegory in it somewhere. When you write a story about the battle between good and evil, and you have that battle, even when you're saying evil always wins, when you're writing a story about birds flying across the sky, when you're writing a poem about my butthole and the fart that came out today, in there somewhere locked away is going to be that exact same education, because it is literally in everything and you can't get away from it. So no matter how hard, the harder you try to stifle it, the more it comes out and is being seen by people. And evil doesn't know that. And they just know that if they can control everything and everyone, they will be what they want them to be. And the harder they try, the faster it's unlocking everyone. That's the truth. That's the actual truth. And that's what we're actually showing everybody on the earth with what we're talking about, is that. That's part of the concepts that are being shown to the world. And more people are starting to realize that, because it's actually happening to them. And when you give them this information, they go, oh, I see the truth of it. Wait, I get it. Oof. And then you're in the movie History of the World. No, I get it. I get it. He was referring to, he gets the chop as pretending to be the king if people try to kill the king. And then he realized, wait a minute, I'm the sacrificial lamb. You guys are going to get me killed. But it's still the same allegory. Let's continue.
This then has the possibility of suggesting basic areas of distortion. There is no more than this. The part astrology plays is likened unto that of one root among many. 19.22 Questioner, I just have two little questions here at the end. The instrument wanted me to ask if there was any other substances, foods, etc., that she should not eat or drink, or anything she should not do because she does not wish to have poor contact for any reason. Ra, I am Ra. There is no activity which this instrument engages in which affects its abilities negatively. There is one activity which affects its abilities positively. This is the sexual activity, as you would call it. There are substances ingested which do not aid the individual in the service it has chosen, this being that which you would call the marijuana. This is due to the distortion towards chemical lapses within the mind complex causing lack of synaptic continuity. This is a chemical reaction of short duration. This instrument, however, has not used this particular substance at any time while performing this service.
But did you notice right there, for those of you who've watched that video, about the oil in the brain, do you realize that Ra just said that the wrong foods that you eat and sexual activity at the wrong time, because of the astrological sign that you're under, that this hinders your growth, and that marijuana does have a small effect on your short-term memory, but it doesn't affect the overall distortion. It doesn't distort the message that you gain. Literally just said that. So if you watch the video and you understand or understand the concept of this oil, this Christos, that all religions were teaching thousands of years ago, that has been tried to be hid, and all of that information in any scroll that talked about that, the concept was just given to you because of astrology, and Ra saying because of the sign that you were born under. Let's rewind this, okay? Think about, if you've seen that video. If you haven't seen that video, go to my page anywhere, and there's a link for it, except for the reels. I don't have it up in the reels, but go to my Facebook page and you'll see the video, or contact me on Messenger or one of the platforms on Instagram, and I'll link the video to you from YouTube. And you can literally watch the video that I'm telling you about, or buy my book when I publish it, and I'll have the description, including where you can find it online as well. And you can watch the video. Let me back this up a minute or two here and listen to what Ra says, going into talking about astrology again, and then going forward as to your development because of that in your totality. Okay, let's see if we've gone back far enough here.
Questioner, I just have two little questions here at the end. The instrument wanted me to ask if there was any other substances, foods, etc., that she should not eat or drink, or anything.
Okay, backing up a little bit more, because he'd already talked about the astrology. I'm backing
fields, but which?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to back it up to about the 3-minute mark here. Okay. So I think it was right around there. Okay, here we go.
To intelligent energy, the mental configurations or distortions of each complex, further adding fields of electromagnetic energy and distorting the physical complex patterns of energy. The spiritual aspect serving as a further complexity of fields which is of itself perfect, but which can be realized in many distorted and unintegrated ways by the mind and body complexes of energy fields. Thus, Instead of one, shall we say, magnet with one polarity, you have in the body/mind/spirit complex one basic polarity expressed in what you would call violet ray energy, the sum of the energy fields, but which is affected by thoughts of all kinds generated by the mind complex, by distortions of the body complex, and by the numerous relationships between the microcosm, which is the entity, and the macrocosm in many forms, which you may represent by viewing the stars, as you call them, each with a contributing energy ray which enters the electromagnetic web of the entity due to its individual distortions. 19.21 Questioner, is this then the root of what we call astrology? Ra, I am Ra. This will be the last full question of this session. The root of astrology, as you speak it, is one way of perceiving the primal distortions which may be predicted along probability/possibility lines given the, shall we say, cosmic orientations and configurations at the time of the entrance into the physical/mental complex of the spirit, and at the time of the physical/mental/spiritual complex into the illusion.
Okay, so literally right there, he just said astrology literally comes into play so that you can discern what exactly is the sun sign that you're born under, so that you can track that and the moons of your individual person who comes in individually, your individual soul into your individual body. And that is important. Another avenue for you to actually know what that is, when you were born, what time of the year you were born, so that you know what your sun sign is, so that you also know what part of the moon that you were born into. And some people will just take that as, yeah, and if I know astrology, I can predict what's going on. But he's also talking about the electromagnetic waveform and the electromagnetic energy. Do you see? Of the individual. So the knowledge of astrology plays into the predictability or the potentiation of your ascension if you are aware of when you were born, what time you were born, and what time of the month that the sun sign goes into, the moon goes into your sun sign, because of the electromagnetic energy. And if you know how to utilize that information, that is one aspect of ascension that helps you to ascend faster. Literally just said that. Let's continue.
This then has the possibility of suggesting basic areas of distortion. There is no more than this. The part astrology plays is likened unto that of one root among many. 19 point.
Right, so that's one way, one root among many. That's one way, one aspect of doing it. It's not the only way, but it is one aspect to help you, because you can be oblivious to all of that and still ascend. So there's different knowledges of different ways to ascend, and the more of those you know, and the more of those that you are using every day, every year, every month in your life, the faster you're going to ascend, right? Do you see? Do you understand that? So literally, that's one aspect right there. So all of the other things, eating right, sleeping right, exercising right, doing breathing exercises, balancing your chakras. You have to learn all the chakras, learn what they mean, how to balance them. All those things, you have to learn all those things and put them all together. So you have to learn more than one avenue, so that you learn every aspect or more aspects of, and all of those combined helps you ascend faster, because you're doing a bunch of different things all pointed towards enlightenment. Or none of that, and you'll still enlighten, you'll still become enlightened, but it'll take longer. Do you see? Let's continue.
2 Questioner, I just have 2 little questions here at the end. The instrument wanted me to ask if there was any other substances, foods, etc., that she should not eat or drink, or anything she should not do because she does not wish to have poor contact for any reason. Ra, I am Ra. There is no activity which this instrument engages in which affects its abilities negatively. There is one activity which affects its abilities positively.
Positively. And he's talking about pot. Know that. Okay, let's go. I'll continue. That's why I also want to rewind. So there's one that affects it positively. Why do you think they call it high? Let's continue.
This is the sexual activity, as you would call it. There are substances.
Okay, and see, and here's the sexual activity he talks about, and then marijuana. But the sexual activity at the right time actually expands your consciousness as well. And that was integrated into the religions, especially the religions of Europe, with the Wiccan and the pagan, or the Wiccan and the Druid religions, or in that area, but mostly the other religions as well. Another thing that was taken away from the religious and spiritual practices and called taboo was having sex at certain times, ritual sex, and knowing when it's good to do that and when it's bad to do that on that cycle in the 3.5 days or 4, or 2.5 days or 3 to 4 days that you're ascending the Christos in your body. That's when you don't do it. But there's another time, and I'm not going to get involved in that right now. There's other times when it's actually very pertinent and it assists in if you do it right with a person who's also doing it right, it assists in the evolution of your ascension. Let's continue.
Ingested which do not aid the individual in the service it has chosen, this being that which you would call the marijuana. This is due to the distortion towards chemical lapses within the mind complex,
meaning short-term memory problems, right?
Causing lack of synaptic continuity. This is a chemical reaction of short duration.
Short-term memory loss when you smoke pot. That happens, right? That does happen. Unless these days, because the way they chemically design it, that doesn't happen as much today than it did in the 80s, because back then it was high THC and nothing else. And now they're getting, like, chemists are creating marijuana around the world, and they've changed the chemistry of it to where you don't have, I know because I've been smoking it for the years, I didn't have short-term memory problems with all the pot that I've been smoking in the last 2 years. Although in the last year I haven't smoked a lot, but prior to that. But back in the day, and when I was a kid, back 40 years ago, smoking that stuff, you had memory problems. That's not as prevalent today as it is back then in the 80s when she was doing this. Let's continue.
This instrument, however, has not used this particular substance at any time while performing this service. We believe we have covered the use of such chemical agents as LSD, this being positive to a certain extent due to the energizing or speeding up of the vital forces. However,
right, another reason why they don't want you doing anything crazy like LSD or any of those mind-altering, expanding drugs, DMT, ayahuasca, they don't want people doing that. They want to tell them it's evil and it's bad and you could die from it. But they'll let you do. They are the ones who introduced crack, and cocaine, and crank. They're the ones who introduced that. They introduced LSD as well. That was introduced by the CIA, but they didn't realize that the good effects it was going to have till Leary got a hold of it and started giving it to people to expand their consciousness. And they went, shit, we were just trying to control them with it. Duh, that's bad. You can't have them doing that. Take it away. Take it away.
It is not recommended for this instrument due to the toll it takes upon the vital energies once the substance wears off. This being true of any speeding up chemical. 19.23 Questioner. The only other question I have, is there anything that we can do to make the instrument more comfortable? And, is it? Wanted to ask about another session, but I guess it's too late today. I didn't realize. Ra, I am Ra. This instrument is well aligned. You are being very conscientious. We request you take more care in being assured that this instrument is wearing footwear of what you would call sound vibratory complex shoes. I am Ra. I leave you in the love and the light of the one infinite creator. Go forth, therefore, rejoicing in the power and the peace of the one creator. Adonai. February.
Oh, there I go again. I'm always pressing stop, and it means it presses to start it over again. I forget I don't have to press stop. It stops on its own, and I click it. And I always start it up again. I apologize. Okay, so we got through a whole session this time. There's only 23 questions, and it wasn't insane. I probably could have spent more time, but it still took us 2 hours to do so. So we got through a whole session to move on to next week, and rightly so. But literally in that last part, Ra was talking about that same energy in that last part. But if you don't know about that, you're going to just see it as the astrology and doing your sun sign and reading, oh, I'm a Virgo, so read about Virgo and I can predict the future maybe. But that's not what he was saying or what they were saying there. And I showed you that. That's why I went back and said, let's play that again. And then again, saying that marijuana at the time, back in the 80s, only had one bad thing, and that was short-term memory loss. And it had no effect on channeling. Do you see? So, but they don't want you to believe that. They want you to see everything is evil and it's bad. Everything that expands your consciousness is bad, and you can't do it because it's going to make you insane and you're going to go crazy. But we're going to give you this drug that's going to make you a fucking zombie, and we want you to take that. And it's okay. We're all right with giving you that. So they don't want everything. Up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left, back is front, and front is back. They don't want you having any kind of medication or drug of any kind that expands your consciousness, but they will readily prescribe to you medication that makes you a zombie and makes you stupid. And they'll give it to you on purpose and want you to take it. And it's okay. It's okay to make you dumb and stupid and drooling, but it's not okay for you to expand your consciousness. Why is that? Why is that? You can believe in UFOs and aliens, and they want you to believe aliens are demons, but you can't believe in a God or a higher power. So there's nothing to see there when you start looking at possibly the immortal soul. Nope, 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 nope. God, that's not real. That's not real. But they want to keep religion around, right? So religion keeps you occupied in chasing your tail, but they don't let religion tell you how to ascend. They keep telling you have to wait. Just sit around. Wait. There's this guy called Jesus. He's coming back. Just wait. And then the Jews are like, nope, Jesus isn't real, but there's this God who never talks to anybody, but you got to wait. So just wait. Everybody just stand still. Don't even, just wait. God's coming, because we'll show you in the place where it said God was going to return. But God didn't say when, and you can't get a hold of God because he's not answering the phone. I've tried. Right? Only we can talk to God, though. We're the only ones that has the phone to talk to God. So God's real. So does that mean there's a real place? Yep, and it's called heaven, and you're going to go there after you die, only if you do what we tell you to do. Well, what's that? Well, you need to first bring your money, go to this box that we have set up for you, sit down, and we'll pass around a plate. And while we're passing around the plate, you put your money in that. And then you have to pay this tithing of 10% of all of the money that you make. And what we're going to do is run you around in circle for a couple of years cycle. And we're not going to teach you anything except for the basic stuff that you learned in grade school from 1 through 6. We're going to tell you don't borrow money and don't lend money. We're going to tell you get along with people and don't steal. We're going to tell you the 10 commandments over and over and over and over all year long for the rest of your life. And then we're going to teach you to sing songs. Now we gather at the river. We don't know why we're gathering at the river, but we gather at the river, down at the river. The beautiful, the beautiful. What the fuck does that song mean? They're not even teaching you that, but they have you singing it. Jesus is the light of the world. What the hell? Okay, so why? Why is he the light of the world? Sing the song. Read the words. Sit down. Stand up, kneel down, pray, get out, give me the money, get out. Next group, come in. And they're never going to teach you anything. And they're going to tell you it's theology. And then they're going to compare that theology to everything else. And it's about holiday seasons. And when Jesus was born, and he was born at the same time as this fat Santa Claus guy. It has nothing to do with anything. And Jesus isn't really anything, but he's a God, but that's it. And then you're going to go to heaven when he comes back. So just wait, everybody just chill. He's going to show up, and so is the God of Abraham, and so is the God of Isaac, and so is the God of Moses. And don't look over at the east, because those guys are talking about this weird, crazy concept from all these guys wearing togas that has to do with that thing called spirituality. It's a cult, and you can't get to know what that means because the word cult in their mind is now evil. When you look up the word cult, it means hidden away knowledge. That's what that means. So that religion over there is a hidden away knowledge. That is a knowledge that is forbidden. So when they say something is a cult, that means it's something that we don't want you to know about. Not that it's evil. It doesn't mean that at all. Look the word up. I have that in my book to tell you what occulted means and what the word occult actually translates to. The word, the base root word, where it came from. Okay, so everything, right? The giant light of mine, I am going to let it shine. Yes, think about that. That's actually in the song. You know the words. Cassie's saving me with the second chorus to that. Jesus is the light of the world. The giant light of mine, I am going to let it shine. That's actually the words from the song. So what is the song telling you? The song is telling you about the light of you inside, the light of the world inside your body. These songs that they're no longer teaching you what they mean, that are in any Christian religion, especially the Roman Catholic one, that is these doctrines from ancient times. All of the hymns are parables on your ascension and how to ascend, but they don't teach you that. Jesus's Beatitudes in the Catholic Church of his being born, going through life, and his crucifixion is another parable about the ascension. But they're teaching you that it's only about the ascension of Jesus the guy you're supposed to be sitting around and waiting for. Don't do anything. There's this thing called the rapture that's going to come and get only those people that have come to our house, paid their 10% of their life savings for their whole life, had water chucked on them by me or us or someone in charge here, waving their hands at you, throwing water on you and saying some incantation that's not a spell, because that's what other people do that are part of those cults. They cast spells. We don't have spells. We just have this ritual that was taught to us by that guy who's going to come back for you someday in the future. And we don't know when that is. So we all have to be ready. So keep coming here so that I can tell you that you're ready and that you're going to go when they do show up, whenever that kind of time is, somewhere in the future. We don't know, because they say it's locked up for a time in the future, a long ways away. So that way it's never going to arrive. It's never going to happen. We're not going to tell you why. We're not telling you anything about it. That is what all religions, Orthodox religions, have become. It's still in there. They still teach you the other things. They just don't know why they're not teaching you what they know, why they're not telling you what it means, but they can't get rid of it because they still need it for the tool to control you. And they don't even realize that those things are telling you the same things of all the shit that they eradicated. They're not smart enough to see. They don't have the mind to see, or the mind to know, the eyes to see, or the ears to hear the message that is in the things they left in. So this is why I say religions are not evil. Religions are there for you to learn from if you're aware that the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Their idea of what they're teaching you is to keep you from ascending and keep you paying for them as a corporation to expand and take over the world. Okay, and all of them are at war with each other over controlling the population by their way, even though they're all doing the same thing. They've been corrupted at the top, but it's the idea of religion in and of itself does not need to go away. People are like, we need to get rid of religion because it's not doing anything. It is. It's all still there. All the scriptures are still the same. The ones they didn't take out, the books they didn't take out, they didn't know about the message that was still left in. They only took the ones out they could see. Okay? That's all they did. I know this now because I can literally tell you what every single Bible says. Hand it to me. If it's in English, so I don't have to read Yiddish, I'll actually interpret it for you. And people are going to go, well, you're just making that shit up. No, I'm not, because when you ascend, you're going to see it too. That's the beauty of it. It's not contagious to where I have to tell you how to interpret the books the proper way. When you actually can, it is more simple than anything you've ever imagined in your life. And you firstly go, why the fuck does no one get this? Because it's literally that simple. Then you giggle about it. Then you feel bad. And you feel sorry because they really don't get it. And you're like, why are they not getting it? And that's when you start realizing things like what Jesus said, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. And you go, oh, they just don't know because they haven't been enlightened. And then you talk to other people that are enlightened and they get it too. And you go, well, how did you learn that? It came to me when it did. I just all of a sudden knew it. That was universal enlightenment. So when you hear people say, like I quoted from Nikola Tesla, that true enlightenment and true peace can only come through universal enlightenment. The truth is that. And I can say this to you all day until I'm blue in the face and can't speak. And if you're not ready to actually get what I'm saying as truth, you won't accept it. And that's why when you get to the level that I'm at, you start trying to tell people. When you first start becoming awake, you start telling everybody, you're asleep, you need to wake up. And then you realize they can't help themselves. And then you go, I have to wake them up. And then when you realize they can't wake up unless they're ready to, you stop trying. And then you go, well, what the hell can I do? I'm not going to do anything then. And then you are ascending as you go through these patterns. You're ascending yourself. And then you go through the part where you go, okay, it's just what it is. And there's no reason for me to do anything because they're all going to learn anyways, eventually. So then you want to sit down and do nothing. And then you ascend past that point. And you go to the point where you go, oh, all right, now I get it. That's absolutely right. But it also helps the all to ascend faster if I'm actually doing something to help those who are trying to help themselves. You've heard that term. It's not in the Bible anywhere. Everyone thinks it is. God helps those who help themselves. That is not in the Bible. That's not a quote from any Bible on the face of the earth. It's a quote from a politician here in the United States in the 1930s. but it's a good allegory, because the truth is, it should be in one of the Bibles somewhere, because it's the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. God helps those who help themselves, because it's there for you. When you start helping yourself, that all of that information starts becoming, God starts helping you, because you're making that, God is already reaching halfway down. That's God already helping you. You just have to start then reaching up. When you start reaching up, you only have to go halfway, and God grabs your hand, and then all of a sudden you're enlightened. So God has already come halfway. The knowledge is there for you to glean and keep your mission going up and keep you going up. But you have to start that journey of going up. And that's why I keep referring that to the dark night of the soul begins your ascension. Once you choose to be in service to others and you start ascending, as long as you just continue to try and better yourself and help the all, you ascend. And they can't stop you from that. They have to distract you away from that and have you be in here in this reality and buying everything and keeping up with the Joneses and fighting over whatever it is they're telling you to fight over, which is everything. And that is their religion. Their religion is to get you divided by everything they can imagine, because somebody is going to be divided by one of the things. Someone is going to be distracted by all of the distractions by one of them. So they have a distraction for everyone to distract you, to keep you from ascending. And they want you distracted. And that's why they have every kind of sport. And that means fighting, and that means religion, and that means, the competition of everything, including politics, everything, business, everything. They want to make everything a competition against each other, so that you're competing, and that is being running in place. You're standing on a treadmill as your pet hamster, and you're just running. Why does the hamster do that? Because the hamster actually is trying to get some exercise. It has an instinct to want to expend energy to stay fit, so it will run. And so if you don't give it something, it'll run in circles, and you'll laugh at it. So you give it a treadmill, and it jumps on the treadmill and runs to exert itself, because it has the instinct to preserve its own life by doing that. And when you have it held captive, it wants to do that. Humans have the same thing. We have this innate wanting to procreate and wanting to survive. And that's why we start working out on our own and doing that. Otherwise, if you don't, then you're getting fatter and you're getting weaker and you're dying. That's happening. But some people are just like, fuck it, I don't care. And they sit down and don't do anything. And so then their body in motion stays in motion, and body at rest stays at rest. So they want you to be stuck in this place, because the more you're stuck here, and then the eviler you are, the more you're wanting to take advantage. And that's why in the modern day, they're trying to take away all the police, and they're not prosecuting criminals. Why are they doing that? Because they don't want the criminal. They want everybody to just say, hey, I can just steal and rape and pillage, and nothing will happen. They want that. They want that. Okay? So they want you distracted by everything, by either fear or by going out and pillaging and raping, by greed, by all the things that are evil, that are in service to self. And the more you buy into that, the more you think that that's equal, the more you think that the devil is just as strong as God, the more you're able to be persuaded to do it. And if you think everybody's doing it and it's just normal that it's done that way and there's nothing we can do about it, then you quit fighting and you quit trying to see another way. And you look at people like me and go, you're just fucking crazy. You're making that shit up. Why? Because they told you that over and over and over. They told you that people who talk like me are out of our fucking minds crazy. Because to them we are. Because to them we're evil. Because they are evil. And so the anti-that is in service to all. And they hate that with a passion more than they hate themselves. I am the biggest threat to their existence, just like I am to the existence of the ego and the mind. The more I'm expanded, the less that they are needed, and the more the body goes away. And as we become enlightened, we become a lighter being. Enlightened doesn't just mean waking up. It means our physical body starts to go away until we are no longer a physical being, only an energy light being. Because the ego dies, the body dies, it's no longer needed, because you are fully aware of yourself as a soul. as a spirit. And that's what happens through the ascension. It doesn't happen at this level. It doesn't happen until after this level. This is the first level where you're this solid, this dense. And then you go up in density and you become less dense as you go higher in density. It's backwards from what we think here. As you go within, you go without. So at a higher plane of existence, a higher vibration, you have a less dense body. And that's when the dimension fades away and you become more conscious fully in the density, and the dimension goes away and you start returning to closer and closer to the source of all, which is outside of this multiverse, which is being reintegrated with the thought processes of the one true creator who is in control of the brain that we're inside of. Okay, all of that's going in my book. So you're hearing it first here. Those of you who actually listen to this, you're hearing stuff that I'm going to be charging people for going forward in my book. You're going to have to pay for it to have it around that you can look at whenever you want to and read it over and over and over. Or you can freely listen to this episode as many times as you want, over and over and over on your favorite podcast. But it is a concept that is completely alien and hated by those in service to self. Can't have it. And some of you, it's too high vibration for you to get. And that's okay, because I'm actually shooting for those people who are high enough vibration that are just below the surface of awakened state. And those people are the ones that I'm waking up. Why? Because it's easier to change by 1% the total population of the earth than it is to try and wake up 100%. So I'm not trying to wake up those people who are not capable of waking up. Don't need to wake you guys up at all. You guys aren't even here listening to this still. So you don't know what I'm saying. Because those of you who are still at this point in this podcast listening to this, you are either awake or you're in that state of just about ready to wake up, or you're in the state of realizing that you're starting to wake up. And it's the only reason you still listen to this podcast at the 3-hour mark, period. I know that just like everything else, if you look on the line and you have a computer program that lets you see it, every video starts out really high and then dips down as it goes. And some videos have peaks that jump back up because people play that section and tell their friends about it. And those are the ones that get all the hits. But as the end comes to any video, it trickles off less and less and less, because less and less and less people stay to the end. If you don't believe me, go to a movie theater and go into a theater on the show when it first starts on the opening day, and there'll be a packed crowd, and sit there. And when the movie is over and the credits start, don't leave, and sit there until the credits are off and they turn the camera off and there's nothing to see on the screen and the lights have already been turned on prior to that. You're going to find there's 5 or 6 of you still left in the theater that are getting up now to leave. And that's the way it is in real life. Most people take off as the movie hits the crescendo. Over, let's go. I don't want to be stuck in traffic. Hurry, everybody run. Those people aren't actually paying attention to everything. They're not staying for the end. The ones who do are the ones who know that if I just chill here for the end and then go cruise out to my car real slow and then get in my car and take my time, all those people are going to get in traffic and stuck. And then they're all going to be leaving and I'm going to be behind them. And I'm not going to have the same issue. I used to go to the Scottish Games and do the same thing. I would mosey and everybody like, run quick, it's over. Everybody go into your car, so we're going to get stuck in traffic. And they all jump out there and 50,000 people are stuck in traffic, bottlenecking the freeways. So I would take my time, and all the people in my family would take our time. We'd cruise along, hang out for a while and talk and walk slow. And everybody would get in the cars and they'd all be sitting there parked, pissed off, burning their gas, honking the horn, trying to get out, can't get out. And then they'd have that same scenario all the way through town, onto the freeway, all the way home until they get off the freeway. And sometimes even in the town they're in, until they make the final few turns to go to their own house. And then there's no traffic. Oh my God, that took me an hour and a half to get home. Knowing that that's going to happen, some of us have the patience and we would say, let's just chill. And we go out to the car, make something to eat, get a snack, hang out, talk, laugh, wait. They all leave. And then we all load up, take our time. We no longer have to drive slow. We're not parked. We're not stressed. We're behind all the traffic. It's bottlenecked all the way home. And we drive home and we may catch up to the very end of it as we get closer to our home and go, oh, there's the traffic now. But we don't see half of the traffic. Okay, that's the same allegory that was told in the movie Colors, which came out in the 80s or the 90s. I think it was in the 90s. what's his name? I'm trying to think of the guy's names now, movies, but I'll tell you the story. They were cops, and the young cop said, he jumped out and he wanted to chase the bad guys, and the older cop who was getting ready for retirement, he tried to stop him, and he ran out and he chased the guy, and the guy got away, and he came back and he was all winded and expended his energy. And he said, why didn't you get out and help me? He said, we're going to go and talk to the people. We'll be able to find out who that guy was, right? We're going to get, and he's like, no, we got to go and catch him. And he's like, listen, two bulls are sitting up on this plateau, a father bull and a baby bull, or a young bull. And they're sitting up there and they're overlooking, there's a bunch of cows down in the field below. And the young bull says to the papa bull, hey, Dad, let's run down there and fuck one of those cows. And the dad says, hey, son, why don't we walk down there and fuck them all? Okay. And that was the allegory that I just explained to you. Okay. And the allegory is, if you're running after something, you're going to scare the herd and you might catch the weak one. And then you're going to get to screw the weak cow. But if you walk down and don't spook them all and you don't scare them, they might be more receptive, and you can actually have sex with all the cows because they'll let you do it and scare them and they didn't run away. Okay. And so that was an allegory for him to say, if you're in a hurry, you're just going to get yourself killed. You're going to jump out, run after this guy. He's going to get away. You wasted your time, when we're going to go and talk to the gang who's in charge and give them respect and respect them as human beings and say, listen, we're looking for this guy and he did wrong and you guys know it was wrong. And it's above and beyond what you guys even accept as a gang and all the criminal shit that you guys do. And we're trying to find this guy. What do you know about him? Or are you guys going to hide him from us and ruin the relationship that we have? And that's what he was trying to teach the guy, was that you get more flies with honey than you do with mustard or pepper. Okay. And that's the allegory of that. The same thing applies to the human consciousness. Is my entire endeavor going down this road. The same thing applies to teaching or trying to wake people up. You can chase after them and yell and scream at them and tell them they're asleep, and that's going to scare them away from you. Or you can take your time, be methodical, and show them the way. This is what Jesus was teaching. You see how I use that with my allegories there and with my parables there to turn that back in? But that's the whole purpose of those. And that's why teaching or guiding people is you don't go after everyone and yell and scream at the top of your lungs, because they're just going to think you're a crazy person. When I was a kid, I would be driving down the road with my parents, my father, there'd be a guy who looked like he was homeless on the side of the road yelling about religious stuff. And I was like, that guy's crazy. And my father's like, no, he's not, son. You think he's crazy. And then when I got older, he was like, you'll understand this later. I'm like, what? He's some crazy guy who looks like he's homeless. And then I get older and I think back on what the guy was talking about, and I realized that he looked homeless, but so did Jesus when he was walking down the street. Jesus was wearing tattered clothes and sandals with no socks and didn't have any money and looked like a beggar. And he was preaching to people. Do you see? So you have these people, and then I remember seeing clergy, priests with a megaphone, and they were out there saying things too and quoting the Bible. And I was like, what the hell are they talking about? And then I get older and I realized what they were talking about. I look back on it. They weren't crazy. They sounded crazy to me at the time because I didn't know what they were talking about. Same thing. If I'm yelling at the world and I'm saying, you're all asleep and you need to wake up, the ones who are asleep are going to look at me, roll their eyes and go, that guy's fucking out of his mind. He's insane. I have relatives, my own family members, who think I'm crazy. Literally, my one sister who was here earlier, 2 years ago, would have told you I'm out of my ever-loving mind saying crazy shit. She's now going, holy shit. What? And then her son, who is this guy who's always homeless and forever going to jail, and he comes in and he starts talking to his mom, and she goes, wait a minute, what did you just say? And he's like, everybody thinks I'm crazy. And she's like, oh my God, you need to talk to your uncle. She brings him over here and he's like, uncle. And he starts talking. And I start talking to him. He's like, oh my God, how do you know this? And I'm like, how do you know this? And I'm like, oh, and then he says even more stuff. And my sister literally had to call me and say, oh my God, he said this. And he was there and he was in the shower. And she's like, I think he can hear you. He can usually hear my phone. I'm like, I hope he does, because we need to have another conversation, because he's far more awake than anyone realizes. And people think he's probably a tweaking on drugs and the stuff that he says. Because if you think someone is on drugs and you think they're out of their minds and that's all you think of them, and then they start talking about ascension, you're going to go, they're fucking tripping on drugs. Look at them. Oh my God, listen to that crazy shit they're saying. And that's literally the allegory that was used. And I'm going to go because it's getting later. That was literally the allegory that was used in that movie with Celine, who was a vampire hunter, in the whole a bunch of movies. And I've said this before, that was about vampires hunting werewolves and the war between werewolves and vampires. And they did 4 or 5 movies about it. In the very first movie, you have Celine, who's a werewolf hunter. Her job is to kill werewolves because they are now revolting against the vampires. But she doesn't realize that they were enslaved by the vampires, because that happened before she was turned, and so she doesn't know that. And her clan leader, the leader of the coven, is asleep. And saving, so they stay immortal. They go to sleep, and then they feed them blood, and it wakes them up. And of course, the DNA and the energy of your blood gives them all of the information, which has a little bit more to do with that in reality than people realize. Anyways, he's asleep, and the guy who's trying to be in charge of the coven, he's secretly, you don't know this in the beginning, but he's secretly helping the Lycans. And Celine starts getting onto this and thinks he's evil and trying to take over the coven. And he actually says to her in like the first 15 minutes of the movie, Celine, one day you think you know what you're talking about. One day you're going to agree with me. And she's like, no, you're an evil and you're an idiot. And she doesn't agree with him at all. And she's going to go and wake up the coven leader who actually turned her. And she wakes him up, and he gets pissed off because she woke him up early, and he's mad at her. And he's treating her like shit. And you're like, what the hell is he freaking ungrateful for? She's trying to save his life. And that's when you start realizing he's not a nice guy. She doesn't right at the beginning, but she's like, why is he scolding me? Why is he being like this? I'm trying to save him and the entire coven. But there's a secret. And that's what you start to learn by the end of that movie and going into the second movie, that the secret is that they were enslaved, the werewolves, and they rose up against the Vikings, the vampires. And they are fighting for their freedom. And now they're trying to wake up the vampires themselves to the realization that the heads of the vampire covens are actually evil. And they're not giving even them the actual history of the vampires and the Lycans. And the Lycans know about it. And that they both came from one individual immortal human being, a male. And they were the 2 sons. One was born with the ability to turn into a vampire and became a vampire. And the other was born with the ability to turn into a werewolf. And that the only way to fix the entire totality of the all, sound familiar, is to balance the 2 energies of the vampirism and the Lycanism into one DNA to reunite the Kundalini energy. Oops, did I say that? To reunite the Kundalini energy, to unite the clans, to become something even more complete and whole. And but the problem is that when you combine them, if you're in service to self, you will literally become more evil. But if you're in service to others, you will literally become more good. Sound familiar? And both have to fight for control over the one, and only ever the domination will be by those in service to others, not in service to self, because there's something you can only achieve that makes you stronger when you are ascending in service to others. The entire series of those movies is telling you the spiritual consciousness and ascension battle that is the third dimensional ideology, and balancing the Kundalini to come to the one realization of the all, shown to you, broken up into vampire versus werewolf, with the human condition in the middle that both are feeding on for their survival and ascension, but that they can only ascend by combining all threes. There's your Trinity, and becoming the divine male and feminine together, Cassie says. Absolutely right, at the perfect time, because that's exactly where I was going with the conversation. It sounded like I said that last part, and I'm putting it up on the screen for you to see. and they became equal in the middle. They became the divine male and female together as one. Correct. And that's how that entire series ended. And that was the same allegory being shown to you, separated. And if you watch everything, it's the same. You have the Star Wars saga and what happens in the Star Wars saga, but you have the Force and the opposing sides of the Force and the balancing and the polarization of the Force, but only through the two becoming the one, which was the rise of Skywalker. The two opposing forces who were separated as one, coming together and balancing that Kundalini energy. And then they can defeat the ultimate evil and to then actually take all of that energy as well, which they didn't talk about so much in the movie. It just went away. But in reality, in the storyline, that was absorbed. And the only way that it could be absorbed properly was that Ben and Rey had to become one, and they were strong enough as one to defeat the great evil and then pull that energy into themselves and balance the universe. They didn't even tell you that in the end of that movie, but you realize that was what happened. So they didn't show you the truth at the end, which is the same thing they do with everything, is they don't show you the very end that it balances everything, because they don't want you having that concept. They did the same thing with the Matrix movies as well, where they showed things being slept into three parts. You had the AI God, and then you had Neo, and you had Mr. Smith, and Smith became the devil to Neo's savior character. And then they try to tell you that the AI God was above those two. But the truth was, it was only when Neo and the AI God worked together could they defend and beat the great evil and restore balance to the Matrix. But they leave you with the idea, and this is the corruption again, with the idea that the AI God ultimately wins and keeps the Matrix the way it is. And then they made another movie after that, which I haven't seen yet. So I don't know where they're going to go with that. But they still, that was the corruption again, to try and show you that there is no actual ascension outcome, and that it's just a 3, 6, and 9. They want you to get stuck in 3, 6, and 9 in that equation of infinity, to where that's the loop that you're stuck in, and they don't want you getting out of here. That's the 6, 6, 6, 6, and they'll let you see the 9 now because they can't stop that. And so they're trying to say that the 9 is the figure 8, and that they're the 9, and the evil God is the 9 that is controlling everything. So they're trying to put Satan now into the AI God position and put the AI God position into the 9 hex boson equation to keep you in the 6. And so that's what they're trying to corrupt, because they can't stop the entire all from now realizing the 9. So they're evolving and then they'll evolve to the 12. They'll keep trying to put themselves ahead of the game because they already know. They know where it's going. They know where it's going, and they have to try and get ahead of it. So they keep you in an area where you can only know. And then when you get outside of that, then they jump to the other side, and they've already got that figured out what they're going to say there. And then when the whole all gets to that and expands past that, they jump up to the next level. But they can only do that so far. They can only do that to halfway across through the 6th dimension, the 6th density. And then they can't anymore, and they're stuck on their own. And you bypass them and leave them behind and never even have to consider them anymore, because you no longer have any contact with them. You're free of them completely. And the break starts here where that separation actually starts. Okay. As you're separate from it and start to become aware of yourself, you're slowly distancing yourself away from that, and they have less and less effect over you. And that just continues until they no longer have any effect whatsoever, and you move away from them completely and you forget about them. And then you only contact people down here to remind them that once you get there, they're no longer there. And they eventually get tired of being there. And then they repent their ways and start their ascension. And everybody who's that far advanced, they don't look back on them and go, see, I told you, you're a dumbass. They don't do any of that, because you don't have any of that anymore. And you love them just the same as you would love yourself. And you go, oh, I'm glad to see you, that you're here. Oh, isn't this just so great? And then you just move on. Okay. So because you're past all of this. So that is literally 6-dimensional ideology right there. I just yanked you up to and explained it in a 3D way. Okay, I'm out of here, right? Neo in the computer, he's still in there, right? Right. I don't know if that's what you're talking about in the last movie, right? And so what they did was, if they did that in generations, they tied it back to the beginning where they say that it's perpetual and that whole thing was just a construct that they created to continue the matrix, and it just keeps happening over and over and over. And if that's Peter, what literally, because Peter just said that Neo in the computer, and he's still there. If that's what they did with the last movie, that's them getting to 9 and saying we are the loop. We are the controlling factor. The AI God, the devil, is the controlling factor. And so they're not allowing you. They're trying to keep you in the concept of over and over and over. 6, 6, 6, 6. That's why the number of the beast is 666. And in fact, the older you go in religions, you find that it wasn't just 3 6s. It was 4 and 5 and 6 6s. Okay. So the number of the beast is a broken record that skips at 6 and it doesn't get past that. 3 plus 3, me plus reality. And that's all they want you to do. And if you get your concept goes past that to infinity, they go, yeah, oh yeah, but we're the infinity. We're the controlling factor. See, the devil, the AI God, is the good God who's the controlling factor. So they don't want you to expand past that to realize that they're not in control. And then if you do and you get to the 12, you're going to see them there at the 12 going, we're the 12 too. Did you know that? We're in charge. They're going to try and pull you back down. That's what the ego does. They're going to try and pull you back down. So if that's what they did with the movies, that I knew they were going to do that, because that's what they did in each movie. Each movie they were telling you, oh, but this whole thing was designed so that you guys, that we can weed out those people who are in fact trying to ascend. And that feeds into the whole concept of this people being in control of this place, and that they created all the religions and everything so that you'll never ascend. And so that all of those were just created to make you think that you're going to ascend, only to find out that they're the ones who created it, and that they're the 9 controlling this whole place, and that you're still stuck here and you can't go. And they have stories to get ahead of you. When you ascend to the possibility of leaving your body, they go, yeah, and then somebody goes there and they tell you that you're on a secret mission to come back, and that you have to help and you have to return. And that's just the evil gods being in control. And then if you take DMT or ayahuasca and you go to this place and they say, and then you have to come back because it's not your time. See, that's them. That's me. We're in charge and we're telling you to come back. And that's the evil people that are still in control of your soul. And so they're utilizing a little bit of truth with the acknowledging that that does happen. Oh, but by the way, it's us. And the more you buy that, the more you keep being pushed back down to here. So I'm not saying that it's wrong and that that's what you get locked into this, and people go, run, don't go into the light, because the light is the trap of your soul that the evil people that made the earth and made humans has put out there for you not to be able to leave. And they're going to convince you when they get a hold of you, and then they're going to hit your soul with something, and this beam, and it's going to erase your soul. And then they put you back into a body, and you're born, and you're asleep. They cause the veiling. The veiling is evil and it's bad, but you can't get out of it, because as soon as you do, there's these devices out in the universe that stop you, and these people that come to you. And every time you have a drug trip and you expand your consciousness, guess what? People are there. If you get out of your body, they're there, and they tell you it's not your time and come back. Run from them, run. Because they would rather that you don't realize you're alive and think you're dead, and have you disembodied, because that's just as good as you being convinced to come back here. Do you see? So they get you in fear of all of that. So you don't want to do any of it. And what is the alternative? Stay here. And then if you become spiritual, what have they done? Corrupted that. Wait, sit around, hold on. Keep paying us money and keep coming so that we can keep having you sing all the hymns and tell you all the things that should be assisting your ascension, but we're not even telling you that it's a possibility. So we're trying to keep that from you and keeping us rich, and you're not going anywhere. Just keep waiting. Sit down. I'll tell you what you're supposed to think while you're waiting for Jesus to return to come get you. If you don't have this water chucked on your head and haven't paid me your 10% of your yearly income, you don't get to go. So keep coming back and eating of my flesh and drinking of my blood, suck my dick, drink my cum. I'm sorry, did I just say those words, those evil words out loud? And shut up and sit down. Don't look over there. Don't ask me what that song means. It means Jesus is the light of the world. Don't you know? He's God. We just told you that. See up there? He's hanging up on a cross. He is the word of God. That's all you need to know. And he's coming back for you, right? Didn't we tell you that? So he's coming for you. When is he coming for you? He said, I come as a thief in the night. So that's also an allegory about your waking up. But he's coming to get you. So just wait. That's all you got to do. Be a good person and wait for Jesus. He'll come back. And if you're not Christian you're following any of the other religions, they tell you the same thing, and they have their own deity for it. God's coming for you. Eventually, you just have to sit here and wait. Just sit down and wait. God will lead you to the promised land. God will, when God comes back. And we don't know when that is, because God said he'll come as a thief in the night. So you have to be ready at all times for when God does show up. If you're not ready, you don't get to go. And how do you get ready? Let me tell you how. You got to show up here every Sunday. First of all, let's start with that. Okay? It's the only way. You got to show up here every Sunday. Bring your money. Bring your money. You don't have to give us money, but bring your money. We would like it. We need it. It's the only way we can tell you the story over and over again is that you got to give us money so that we don't have to do anything except for come here and tell you this stuff. Okay? We sit on your ass otherwise and get you guys to do everything for us and pay for us. And we have all kinds of cars and money and houses that you don't have for doing nothing. But I'm telling you how and when God's going to come back. We don't know when God's going to come back, but you got to be here to have it happen. And you got to have the water chucked on your head that I have to chuck on your head or immerse you in. And then you have to live the way I tell you to live, which is 10% of all your money comes to me. So that way I don't have to do what you're doing. And then I'll tell you every week what you need to know that's going to help you to be ready when God comes back. That's every religion on the face of the earth, except for those religions that are not teaching you a religion. They're teaching you a spiritual way of ascension. And that's why they tell you, don't listen to those people in the East that are telling you this thing called Taoism and Buddhism. Don't listen to them. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? That's a cult. Those people are crazy over there, and they wear pajamas everywhere they go. What does that tell you? They can't even wear regular clothes. They wear sandals or barefoot. And what do they have underneath that? Probably nothing. They're naked, putting their junk all over that drape that they're wearing around themselves. Don't believe those people. They shave their head. They dance around going, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Those people are crazy. Stay away from them. Don't give them any money. Don't become part of their cult. If they're not telling you to go to a box and give them 10% of your money to sit and have us tell you to sit and wait, then that's a cult. And they're going to try and have sex with your kids. Wait a minute. Isn't that what the priests are doing in the religions? Shut up now. Never mind that now. Never mind that now. Okay, those people are a cult. And anybody who's doing that, of course, he's going to say, I want to have sex with all your children. So it just makes it worse when you have those people that are doing that for the same purpose, but they're doing it for the pleasures of the flesh. And everybody has to marry their kids away, their daughters away to grown men when they're 10 to 12 so they can have sex with children. Right? I mean, but that's the cult. So the other people that are not doing that are shaving their head and wearing togas, well, they're a cult too, but they're teaching you some other crazy shit that you shouldn't even be listening to, which when you actually listen to them, what are they teaching you? Personal ascension and going within yourself and figuring out your shit and fixing yourself and being peaceful and not being angry with the world and all the things that the religions used to be teaching. Think about that. And when you start enlightening yourself in the indoctrination of all these Jewish, Western, Judeo-Christian religions, and you start expanding your consciousness, the first thing that happens is you start becoming aware of what these ancient religions, the Viking religions and the Celtic religions and the Eastern religions that are all called cults. Most of them are teaching you not to be raping and pillaging, not to be abusing your children. They're teaching you, and you go, wait, they're all teaching the same thing that you guys are teaching, except for they're telling me that there's this thing called an ascension, this place that I can go to that's not a building, and it's all the parts. The Viking has that part too that's been corrupted. There's this place that you go across the Rainbow Bridge to Valhalla where you get to murder, rape, and pillage all day long, and then eat food and drink and get fat at night and then die and go there and eat food and drink and go to sleep and wake up and do the same thing all over again. And that's the entire religion. That's exactly what the Christians are trying to sell you. It's exactly what the Muslims are trying to sell you. Not originally, but it's today what that practice is only teaching you. And there's good people in there. 90% of the people that are trying to teach you are actually trying to teach you within the bounds of that law that they have, that they can get in trouble if they tell you too much. They're trying to show you the tools over and over. And I know that now because of Sister Moira McPherson. Literally choosing Leo for one of my Christian names. She didn't tell me why. I know now. So they know about it, and they're trying to teach you what to see without getting themselves into trouble because they know that the hierarchy is a corporate head that is about world domination, just like Walmart, just like Target, just like Amazon, just like Facebook, just like Google. Okay. And they act like governmental systems worldwide, just like those other companies I just named to you also do. They all have their own secret police force. They all have their own secret scientists, and you don't know about this. Okay. And they're doing scientific research. Amazon, Google, they have their own militaries, private militaries. You don't know this because you're not paying attention. And that's all I'm going to say in the 3D. But look at whatever corporations you have around in your country, and you're going to find that they're doing the same thing. Okay. That is the rich elite, the 1% that thinks they own everything. They'll tell you they own everything. Just fucking ask them. They'll convince you that they do. That's everything that they're trying to do. Okay. So 90% of all the workers in all of these places don't know about it. And the ones who do, 10% that do know about it, are trying to teach you the proper way without alerting their bosses, their masters. And so to do that, just like when Jesus was here, and just like when Moses was here, and just like when Muhammad was here, they have to speak in parables so they can get around the algorithms and not get caught. Because that's how corrupted things were even when Jesus was here, that he couldn't outright teach what I'm capable of outright teaching you now. That should tell you that the times have changed. They killed him for what he was teaching then. Could you imagine if Jesus said these words that I'm saying to you now 2,000 years ago? They would have came and killed him before he turned 33. They would have killed him the first time he had a sermon. As soon as that got back to the Roman kings that he was teaching them that, they would have said, go kill that motherfucker right now, and everyone who knows anything about it. So he had to teach in a way that would lead you to the answers if you were looking for them. And that's what everybody has been teaching you for thousands of years on this earth. Okay. Now, in the time we're in now, we can say more. I'm not dead. I'm able to say more than Jesus was able to say. I'm not the Savior. But I'm capable of getting across more information truly about what's happening to you. Why? Times have changed. Things are that much better now than they were in Jesus' time. Jesus sacrificed his life to prove it, to get everyone's attention, so that I wouldn't have to, so that you wouldn't have to, so that you could have the voice that I have now if you want it. Do you see? Not just Jesus. Many other souls sacrificed their lives for that to happen back then so that we could have the voice we have now, because things have changed for the better. Things have changed. Not for the worst, for the better. But they will tell you, if you watch their products, their programming all over television and everywhere else on the internet, that things are worse now than they have ever been, and everyone hates each other and everyone's afraid of each other, and all white people are killing all them naggers. But you don't actually see that physically taking place anywhere that they're not when you go outside. It only happens in that box that is your television or your computer or your phone, because that's the only thing they control. So they keep telling you in there that that's what's happening out here. And then they pay people out here to do those things. And only people that are awake enough to see it go, how did all those people at Antifa get all the same military clothing and all these manufactured signs and manufactured T-shirts and all that equipment? And it's weird that like 90% of them are carrying a freaking skateboard. Why are they doing that? Oh, they're beating people over the head with it like an axe. Isn't that weird that somebody came up with the same weapon that it looks completely and is acceptable anywhere, including a subway or a bus, but it's a lethal weapon and nobody seems to be worried about that? But if someone pulls a gun out, all the cops shoot them. So how do you have a weapon that nobody cares about? Well, you use a weapon that doesn't look like a weapon that no one cares about. A skateboard is a fucking deadly weapon when you hit somebody over the head with it. Give them all a skateboard. So they all have skateboards. Oh, we're just young kids riding a skateboard. Boo, boo, boo. But I happen to have all this money. How'd they all get there? Did they all use their skateboard to come in from Chicago to New York on their skateboard? No, somehow they had a ride. So how did they get here? Well, you don't get to know this, but a bus dropped them off around the corner about an hour ago. Some people see that and they film it. Well, who paid for that bus? Never mind that now. Never mind that now. You don't get to know that. Somebody is paying to make the signs. Someone's paying for them to have the outfits they have. Someone's paying them for them to be on the bus. Someone's paying for all the T-shirts. Someone's paying for all the skateboards. Somebody's paying them. Where's all that money coming from and who's paying them? How is that being organized? Who paid someone to find those people and indoctrinate them to do the violence they're doing? Someone had to go out and recruit them specifically to find the right person to do the job or create them, indoctrinate them, which means an organization that is being paid to do so, to create and evolve people into this so that they will then go out and commit crimes when they're told as a military unit to do so. Who's doing that? For what end? And where are they getting the money? And why is it that nobody is looking into that to find it, to ambush them with cameras, to film it? Because the people that would normally do that are being paid not to by the same people who are doing it. So the only people who are filming them are people that have a phone, that have a mind of their own, that are going, look, here's a busload of these people showing up. And as soon as that hits the internet, guess what? Weird, higher up in this country, Federal Bureau of Investigation finds that person in the crowd and confiscates their phone and deletes that message from on the air. And you don't find out about that until they get a new phone, come back on the air or borrow someone's phone and go, they took my phone and deleted my messages. Why would they do that if they're trying to stop these people? Because they're law enforcement. Weird that the law enforcement seem to be on the same side, and the news agencies, when you try to tell them, don't go and film them, which means they're on the same side. So they're all being paid by, what? The same people? No. That guy's got to be crazy. He looks like a homeless guy. He must be crazy. He's making all that shit up. Do you see? Think about that. A child's going to believe what they're told because they're told to believe what you're told. Shut up. Listen to me. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you because I'm the authority on this subject. That's what they train you. And if you just buy into that, you're going to stay like right there. And that's what they want. So they have to tell you everything's evil and everything's bad and all good is bad and bad is good. And just listen to what I have to tell you. Watch us. Now that's their church. Do you want to know how this thing works? Show up here every day. Pay us a tithing by giving us ratings and work and staying on our platforms. Pay our wage so that we don't have to do anything. We can tell you what's going on in the world the way we want you to think it is going on. It's the same thing. Do you see? It's the same Hegelian dialectic. Same thing that they corrupted the churches to. Why is it that all of these things are exactly the same, happening the same way? Because they're done by the same people. And what is the common denominator? Anunnaki, that's what you call them. Those guys walking around with a little handbag in their left hand or their right hand, whichever, doesn't matter. Handbag in one hand and the pine cone in the other with the little scrolls tucked in their waist. What is that little handbag? The knowledge of how to do this to you. That's what's in there. The knowledge of the knowledge that they have to stop you from getting and the way of doing that to get you stuck here. That's what my book is about. And how to see the true knowledge of ascension to ascend, which is everything that I tell you all the time. Okay. I love you guys, and I'm going to go because now I'm down to only a few of you left because I went too high with the vibration and then shot into reality of the 3D. And so when I inject that, I lose most of the customers, and only those few people are still here for the credits. But you're the ones that are actually should be here because you're here watching the credits. Okay. And everybody else that fell off at the point that I made them feel uncomfortable. Because that's what happens. I love you guys. Those of you around the world that listen to this to the very end, you guys get the most information and you're the only ones who stay around. And that's the truth of it. I love you guys. Right. Right. Karen, I didn't even know you were here until you just said that. Right. So Karen says, I seen and witnessed life being killed, right? Slaughtered, murdered for many years. I had to go through this. I ended up having 3 heart attacks. I know now. Let me put this up on the screen so you guys know I'm not making this up. Right? 3 heart attacks. Wait, everything was all opening up on my screen, so I couldn't read it. 3 heart attacks, and I know that we are not one, or that we are one. I know that we are one, right? Or she says that we are not one. I think you had that backwards. So you know that we are one because we are not one, right? So there are many different levels and demons. Well, that comes with the 3D. You're absolutely right with that. But that comes with the dark night of the soul and the ascension. I'm grateful to God that we are all the same. There are even different hierarchies. Well, that's in the 3D. You're absolutely right. And when you get above this, it still stays the caste system until you get past, in some ways, in some aspects, till you get past halfway through the 6th dimension, because you have to get rid of evil. So you can't literally get rid of the caste system until evil is gone. So you can only live in a place where that caste system doesn't affect you as much, and that's as it starts to fade away. But that ascension starts here. In this place, and so it's the hardest here, and so you have the carnage and all the bad things that are around, and if you focus on that, your reality is what you believe and what you focus on. So if you only see the bad, that's all you're ever going to see is evil, because that's all you're looking for. You can't see the ascension through the trees because you're too busy looking at the negative. So that's why we try to teach people, stop looking at the negative only. You have to look at both. You have to look at the all and see that for everything that is evil and negative, there is its actual opposite in the good side. And then once you start realizing that, that's when you go, well, which do you want to be? Do you want to see nothing but negative, or you want to see nothing but positive? And then when you go, well, if you're just blind to the negative and you only look at positive, that doesn't change anything because the negative's still there. Well, the negative is there because it has to be. And it's only when you can look at things from the top down and see the positive and the negative and realize that it's a dance, that it is the beautiful spiral that is the ascension, then you realize that the negative is just important as the positive, and you see it with the same love as you do the positive, and you're not completely locked into becoming negative when you see it. That's when the ascension changes. When you start to look at it from the 4D perspective of, oh, it's all 100% necessary. Aha! And then you realize that the negative only exists to accentuate the positive, and the positive only exists to accentuate the negative, so that you can have an organic experience of both to actually balance and learn to balance both of those energies, not become good and evil at the same time, but to balance the energies of that male and female aggression and war and peace, and realize that that's the duality that is everything. And once you do that, you arise your consciousness outside of this 3D reality and looking and saying, there's evil there everywhere. It's everywhere, and it's going to get us, and it's taking over, because that's what they want you to believe. That's them locking you into only seeing negative. And you see the positive that's there, but the negative is still there, and the negative outweighs the positive because it keeps your attention longer. And that's being locked into this place. Once you realize there are two, and then you move above that, that's when you start to realize that it's a beautiful dance that's important. And that's when people think you're crazy when you get to this level, because they're like, it's not, they're evil, and they need to be fought against and killed and stopped, and we have to geek them and beat them and destroy them. That you're still being evil by thinking that about them, taking revenge. That was the whole parable that Jesus was teaching us of turning the other cheek. Doesn't mean sit there and let somebody beat your ass to death. It means don't do to them what they're doing to you. You can defend yourself and stop them, but you have to have the wherewithal to not kill them over it. If you go beyond the stopping them from killing you and you murder them, knowing that they were now not capable of murdering me anymore, but I continued and killed them, you are becoming them. If you have that realization and you stop and they can come at you again, and you are forced to only then have to kill them because they won't stop, then you're doing that in self-defense and your self-preservation, and then that's different. But to justify that in your mind by putting your knee on the throat of a black man who says he can't breathe, and sit there holding your hands and not let anybody stop you when he stops fighting until he dies, which happened in Philadelphia to a certain person, and then go, I don't know why everybody got pissed off because that cop killed that guy. He was a criminal, and he was a lunatic, and he was trying to murder people, until he wasn't. But the cop didn't stop. He killed him anyways. Didn't need to. And that's why I said the same thing about that Marine, when everyone's like, well, the Marine was just strangling the guy to death, and the guy kept fighting. Well, because at some point he wasn't fighting trying to kill, he was trying to survive and fighting for his own life. And the Marine kept choking him, and the Marine should have known better. He's a trained soldier. He knows the difference between someone who's trying to continue killing and someone who is now trying to just survive. He should have known the difference, and he continued to strangle the guy, and everybody just sat there and watched until that guy stopped moving and stopped breathing and died. That Marine needs to go to jail. Did he have good intentions? Yes. Did he go too far? Fuck yes. He should have known the difference and realized and rolled him over instead of laying on his back, pinning the guy in a position where he couldn't get away, and therefore he has to die because he has to stop moving. That's the only recourse of action. That's why police roll over on top of you and subdue you, because they don't want to kill you. And as a military personnel whose profession is warfare, he should have known that. And for him to pretend that he didn't know it and that he killed that guy on accident is bullshit. Bullshit. And if he is that stupid, he shouldn't have the job that he has, and he should have never tried to subdue that guy, because because you're trying to subdue him, not murder him. Okay, so that guy went too far, and he should have had the wherewithal. And if he didn't, he needs to be scolded and made an example of, so everyone realizes that it's not okay to kill somebody just because he had the control of the guy and other people were there. That's why the police roll over on top, hold him down, roll him over, because you're not trying to kill him, you're trying to subdue them. That means you have to be in the dominant position, holding them down and holding their arms and legs, not laying on your back with them on your chest until they stop breathing. That was the only outcome that could come from that position. Period. I knew it the second I saw him strangling the guy. He's going to kill him. That guy's going to die, because he's not trying to subdue him. He's trying to kill him. Whether he knows it or not, that's the only outcome that comes from this. The only way that guy stops fighting is when he's dead, because now he's fighting to survive. Just because he's trying to stop the guy choking him doesn't mean I'm trying to kill you anymore. In martial arts and mixed martial arts, MMA, competition, if the guy's strangling somebody who's about to die and he reaches over and taps the guy, the referee stops him. If he doesn't and he starts to go unconscious and die, the referee has to be there to say, whoa, 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 you're killing him, stop. When there's no referee and there's people standing around watching, if they're not aware that the guy's dying, they won't stop it. That's exactly what happened. So that goes back to the Marine who was strangling him. Same thing with what they're trying to do to you and me with this reality. So reality is what you choose. If you only choose to see the negative, that's all you're ever going to see until you get yourself out of that position. And then if you only see the positive, that's all you're ever going to see until you wake yourself up and get out of that position to see them both. And once you start to see them both and you ascend, you realize that this is actually supposed to happen exactly the way it's happening. And then evil is only there as a tool. And it's a necessity. So you're not fighting against evil. You're just trying to help people to ascend to the place of realization that it's not actually a struggle. It's the struggle within that creates all of that and choice. And as everybody ascends, that changes the all, and everyone starts to ascend as well. So how to defeat evil on this planet? Wake up yourself and wake up everybody around you without yelling at them to wake up. That's the way it works. And the more people that become aware of that solution, or that is the equation, and that it's the natural balance and it's never going to change ever, because it has to happen that way for the ascension to happen until we come up with a better scenario, and then it'll change. And if we have come up with a better scenario, that's on another planet. It's not this one. This planet is still going by this scenario, this equation of good versus evil until it's good and evil until it's the one. And that is the equation that is here that everybody has to wake up to, the realization of. And you can only do that by seeing both, not one side or the other. Being completely one-sided and only watching evil and pretending that, or only watching evil and pretending good doesn't exist isn't going to get you anywhere. And to do the same and to only watch good and only be good and pretend that evil doesn't exist isn't going to get you anywhere. It's only through the realization of both and learning the balance of the both do you ascend. All right. I love you guys. I got to go. I went almost an hour longer than I wanted to, and then a half an hour longer than I meant to. I love you guys. Have a great weekend. I will see you guys on the flip side next week.